either I or Lisa probably is not going to want to talk about homework. I didn't realize he was coming.
Is everybody ready? All right. Good evening. I'll call to order the June 2nd, 2026 meeting of the Parks Rec Advisory Commission at 6 o'clock. A Pledge of Allegiance. I think I will lead the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your hand on your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Roll call. Amari?
Commissioner Tullis,
Here.
Commissioner Warner,
Here.
Commissioner Maroney,
Here.
Vice Chair Horowitz,
Here.
Chair Elman.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, before we get started, I was wondering if one of the commissioners would like to see about supporting a motion to move the director's report to take place following public comment. The reason is the director had some updated information pertaining to the user fee study and the department budget that may be beneficial to have us listen to prior to that.
I'll make a motion.
Thank
to do
you.
that.
A second?
I'll second.
Great. Amari?
Voting is now open.
Oops.
Voting is now closed. Motion carried 5-0.
Thank you. Next, announcements, upcoming events. If you don't mind, can I start?
Sure,
Thank
Chair
you.
Elman.
I would just like to take a moment and wish my granddaughter happy birthday. There's a party going on and I'm missing it, and I wanted Brooklyn Betty to understand that I'm sorry to miss your party, but happy 9th birthday, and Yaya loves you. Thank you for putting up with me tonight.
And now Senior Rec Supervisor will provide the upcoming city events presentation.
All right, good evening, Commission. We'll take a second to load up our presentation tonight. Okay, first off, upcoming permitted special events here in Hermosa Beach for June. We have the Beach Collegian National Team Training Block with USAV on June 9th through the 12th. We have the Fine Arts Festival coming June 13th through the 14th at the Community Center. Out of System 4 Eyes Volleyball Tournament will take place on June 13th. Beach Tennis Tournament on June 14th. The World Championship Trials Volleyball Tournament will take place June 15th through 18th with USAV. And then we have the AAU Southern Pacific Grand Prix Series, June 19th through the 21st. The South Bay Paddle, hosted by the South Bay Board Riders Club on June 20th. And lastly, SmackFest, the annual co-ed fours volleyball tournament on June 27th. For more information regarding our special events, visit hermosabeach.gov calendar of events. Next slide. Upcoming city-hosted excursions. This includes the Charter Bus Company, which transports participants on excursion sites outside of Hermosa Beach from the community center. This month, June 17th, we are heading to the Descanso Gardens. Very exciting trip. We have tickets on sale. For more information or to purchase tickets, you can visit the website, hermosabeach.gov/recreation, or visit us during office hours at the community center. Next slide. And upcoming theater productions. For the community theater, we have Star Education presenting Shrek Jr. this Friday, June 4th. We have Maggie Vaughn's Work in Progress taking place this weekend. Star is June 4th, it's a Thursday. Maggie Vaughn's Work in Progress, June 5th and 6th. And Tutu School's annual recital on Showcase on June 7th, as well as UNBA Spring Fitness Competition on June 20th. And for the Second Story Theater, we have Remo Vision's War of the Worlds, June 5th through the 7th. We have April Fool's Comedy Improv monthly programming taking place June 13th. Remo Vision, again, starting their summer camps, June 16th through the 18th, 23rd to the 25th, and June 30th, with registration still available for that summer camp. And lastly, Remo Vision's monthly comedy night taking place Saturday, June 27th. For more information on how to purchase tickets, visit our website, hermosabeach.gov/theater, and select our upcoming calendar. And I believe that concludes our presentations.
Thank you, Brian. All right, next we have presentations. Amari, will you continue to introduce the remaining, all the presentations?
First, we have the South Bay Parkland Conservation, led by Jacob. And Aga.
I'm sorry, Jacob, you introduced somebody else and I missed the name.
Sure, it's Aga Chen Fu.
This is the president of South Bay Parkland Conservancy.
Well,
And
welcome.
I'm the project manager for the South Bay, or for the Greenbelt.
Thank you.
Are we going to have the slides up? Oh, thank you. Well, thank you for having us here today. I'll start by introducing South Bay Parkland Conservancy in case some of you have not heard about it, a little bit about what we're doing elsewhere besides Hermosa, and then Jacob will get into the specifics of the Greenbelt project. Oh, and I will talk into the mic. Next slide, please. So again, like I just said, I just wanted to introduce South Bay Parkland Conservancy to anyone who might not have heard about us before. Next slide. We are basically trying to connect communities and nature for a more sustainable future. And we're doing that by getting everybody involved in the outdoors and planting native plants, rewilding our area, and building a community along with that. Next slide. We have been around since 2004, And I don't expect anyone to read the tiny words on this timeline, but I just wanted to showcase this to show you how much we've done in the last 20 years. So we were founded in 2004 by Bill Brand with the main mission to get rid of the AES power plant. And since then, we've really grown. Initially, it was all about advocacy and education, but when Jacob was president back in 2017, we really hit the ground running with rewilding the South Bay, and that really became our mantra. We put our hands where we talked about the stuff before. So we started rewilding, planting native plants, removing invasive plants all around the South Bay, starting with Redondo Beach, and we've grown dramatically since then. We've also opened the first Redondo Beach Community Garden. We started working with Hermosa on the Greenbelt, and we have a lot of things we're very proud of in the last 20 years. Next slide, please. This is our impact across all projects in 2025, so it doesn't take account 2026 numbers, but just a little snapshot of the amount of volunteers, the volunteer hours in 2025, our Earth Day event that we hold every year. More than 300 events annually, more than almost 8,000 volunteer hours. We're really starting to make an impact in multiple places around the South Bay. Next slide, please. And this is what I was just saying. Our target is really the 11 cities of the South Bay, but of course, closer to where we began in Wilderness Park and Hermosa is where a lot of our action currently is. We're rewilding parks, we're connecting trails, habitats for pollinators. We have a really big recent focus on education, because if people don't understand what we're doing, then they're not gonna wanna do it or support it. But once you find out why we're doing what we're doing, it makes a lot of sense. So we hope to connect the community through our educational initiatives and continue to build our restoration projects. Next slide, please. So what I just touched on, why we're doing what we're doing. If we restore habitat to what the native plants were, then the pollinators that help our food sources will be happier, and therefore us humans will be happier on a very basic scale. So obviously, everything I just said is super critical for biodiversity, for our food, for water, for conserving water, and eliminating the things that are harmful to our environment, fertilizers, pesticides, things like that. Next slide, please. And two of the pollinators that we're really trying to help and that are near and dear to our hearts here in the South Bay, the El Segundo blue butterfly, which is actually endemic to this area, all the way from Bayona wetlands to Palos Verdes Peninsula, and Hermosa plays an important role in connecting that habitat. This butterfly is only found here in this area of the South Bay, and it only has one host plant, the Seacliff buckwheat. So what we're doing is installing more Seacliff buckwheat along that corridor where the butterfly used to live, and lives in large portions now too. But it is endangered, and so we've been working really hard along with other organizations throughout the South Bay to make sure that butterfly does not disappear. And actually, it's flight season, so if you're interested in taking a walk with us to see the butterfly, it's pretty exciting. The other focus here for us, especially on the Greenbelt, is the monarch, and working on the overwintering, but I'll let Jacob address that later. Next slide, please. Oh, I'll let Jacob address that now.
Yeah, so it brings us to the Greenbelt. The Greenbelt was actually listed as an overwintering site for the monarch in 2021. So it hasn't been that long, but there were a couple thousands of butterflies that were overwintering in the trees just across the street here. And in 2022, we proposed our project to the city and also the El Segundo Blue Butterfly Coalition as we were identifying key corridors for restoration. And the coalition identified in Hermosa that there's a gap, basically. And so both of these butterflies, the blue and the monarch, were very important here on the Greenbelt. And so in 2022, we proposed our project, had our pilot right there on 2nd Street. And later, 2023 was the Leadership Hermosa project. And so it's good to see all you guys. We've been out there this year. I think you go to the next slide here. We have some numbers here. We work with all kinds of groups, all kinds of high schools from around the South Bay. including Miracosta and local high schools, but they come out in volunteer groups as well. Every Saturday we have events, and that comes out to be about 44 events a year, 49 up there actually. So over 1,200 volunteer hours and about 600 volunteers over last year. And this is us working from Gerondo Street to about 4th Street. And brings us to the...
I think what's been really nice to see also is we've had a lot of corporations want to come out and companies that are local to want to support the Greenbelt and lend a helping hand with some donations as well as volunteer hours. We've seen a big uptick in that in the last year.
Yep, that's right. So corporations will have a special event during the week that's not on our calendar day. But typically we're there every Saturday, and people can sign up online for those shifts. And we're there from 10 to 12. So next slide. So as we know, and we've been learning about native plants and their behaviors, not all native plants stay green throughout the year, and some go dormant during the summertime. One example that we see on the greenbelt that we planted is the California sunflower bush, or Encenia californica. And right now it's actually showing signs of going dormant. Just maybe a month or so ago, it was full blooming. And so there's areas where we have these sunflowers that are now, for the next 2 or 3 months, going dormant. And they dry up their leaves, and then sometime in September or October, they turn back into a cute little bush. And so one strategy is you can cut down all that dry wood at the end in the summertime. That creates a lot of space. That's the kind of dirt space. Some people don't like that so much. Or you can leave the structure of the dead plant, trim it back, which is kind of what we have been doing, and allow for the new growth to come. We started a program, or we're starting a program, it's not official, but launching it with some Girl Scouts who are hunting for their silver award, is an Adopt a Plot program, basically, where an organization can come and maintain a section of the Greenbelt for a period of time. In this case, it would be through the summer, a section that they do a project on and a report, and they bring new native plants and then come back on a regular basis throughout the summer to maintain that particular spot. So other than that, it's ongoing maintenance. That we're there every Saturday. We've applied for a grant to U.S. Fish and Wildlife for $50,000 for ongoing maintenance, and that's to enhance the overwintering grove with extra trees, native trees like sycamores and oaks, and some extra shrubs to enhance the flowering section. So fingers crossed that goes through, but there are a lot of good signs on that grant. Other than that, we've also received a couple of grants from Xerces Society, plant grants. Basically, they grow grants for our plants, and then sometime in November, December, they give us the plants, and we're able to plant those in areas where we may have lost some things like that.
Next slide, please. And then the Hermosa Valley School Sand Dune. We also began working with the school officially in the school district, I think, was it just earlier this year? Maybe last year, losing track. So we've taken that project officially on as an SBPC project and are helping, I'm sure some of you know Susan Evans, who's been around for years, tending to that back sand dune, which is historic and an important site, as Jacob referenced, for the El Segundo blue butterfly, as well as the native plants that grow there behind the school. So we're working on a new method of engagement, getting the students engaged in 5th grade with some educational opportunities instead of starting with the 8th graders. So there's more longevity and more opportunity for the kids to see the project progress and how it grows and changes throughout the years before they get into high school and have other opportunities with our educational programming, such as a student ambassador. So we're hoping to just increase that community involvement there with the school and the parents, of course, and the staff has been super supportive and great to work with as well.
Yeah, next slide. So that's pretty much the end of our presentation, and we'd like to open it up to you guys for questions. And if you'd like to know how you can get involved as well, people can go to our website, southbayparks.org, and we have our calendar listed for all of our project sites. We have over 11 active sites throughout the South Bay, and restoration events are happening several days a week throughout the year. So over 300 to 400 events a year local for habitat restoration, and a good component of each workday is educational, where we're instructing and talking and teaching. Spreading the word is helpful as well, and also we're always looking for additional funding, and whether it's a corporation or a group or city support or things like that for ongoing support on the Greenbelt. We're committed for the long haul and to make sure it's a successful installation.
Great, thank you. Looking to my left, any questions or comments?
Sure. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the reminder about the sunflower plant that goes dormant in the summer so that people are reminded that it's still alive and it'll come back and it just looks a little dry. I recall, I think it was 2023, Jacob, that you said the Leadership Hermosa project was initiated. And if my memory serves, there was a 5-year commitment from the South Bay Parkland Conservancy to deal with the maintenance for those sites on the Greenbelt. If my math's right, and it was 2023, that would leave us to 2028. Is there a plan moving forward beyond that?
Our agreement actually is up in 2027. Is that?
I think it's.
And so basically we're up to renew that agreement with the city, and,
Okay.
and typically that would be like another 5-year. So this grant that we're applying for is another 5-year segment that we're looking to continue that maintenance. But
Perfect.
yeah, at some point through this next year, I believe our agreement comes due. So
Okay, terrific. So once you get the grant, there'll be another 5-year commitment?
at least with that grant,
Okay.
it's not dependent on the grant though.
Okay, great.
Our agreement with the city continues, but just to help you understand, our thinking is, when we're looking for money, we're thinking, yes, long-term, and continuing the project, so.
Perfect. Thank
Typically,
you.
I haven't seen a longer agreement than 5 years at a time
For cities, yeah.
for cities.
Yeah. Okay. Appreciate it.
But we are looking for other sources of funding all the time, and we have a great volunteer team that helps with fundraising, actually with a volunteer from Hermosa. So it's been really great. And again, we keep our eyes open to get more corporations involved in coming out and invested in the area and learning about the area as well.
And they can do that through your website, too. Thank you both.
Yeah, thanks for all that volunteer work. That end of the Greenbelt looks great. I'm on it a lot. But I am curious, because I'm fairly new to the commission, what level of coordination does your organization have? Is it with Public Works around maintaining that end, or is that through Rec and Park? I would assume it's through Public Works, but...
Yeah, we coordinate directly through Public Works with the director and also John Cordova and Brad Cock, just the downline from there. Starts with Joe.
Okay.
Forgetting his...
San Clemente,
San
yeah.
Clemente, that's right. Yeah, it starts with Joe.
Elka?
Yeah, I just want to say I volunteered a couple of times on the Greenbelt, and it was so much fun, and it's an amazing way to spend 2 hours. You get in the dirt, and you're digging up. We planted a bunch of natives on that slope, and you are so organized, Jacob, because you have all the tools, you have gloves, you have bags to pick up the weeds. So I think if anybody has an extra 2 hours, it feels good to do something positive for Hermosa and the Greenbelt. So thank you for all you do.
Appreciate
And it's
that.
very easy to sign up. I mean, it's, you put your name, put in some info, and boom, you get the email right away. Show up here at 8th Street, and you're good to go. So.
And thank you for that feedback, too. We're always looking to improve our processes.
Tom?
It is fun to volunteer. I found that after that day, it kind of wipes me out for a couple of days, so I haven't seen you in a while. Some questions. It's looking great right now. In fact, it's looking better to me, than it ever has in terms of not being overgrown with weeds. What's the weed issue down there? Because when I go to Wilderness Park and I go up to Point Vicentes, that also has native planting, they don't seem to have the same weed problem that we definitely have on the Greenbelt. Is that something with watering or?
Yeah, it's a combination. You start with the water, that everything gets water 3 times a week, just way too much water. And it's a complicated system. We're working with the city to see, well, can we cap certain areas? Can we change that? But right now, it's getting water 3 times all year long, except maybe a couple months in the rainy season. I think they may turn it off. But it's growing weeds all the time. So it's unique from all of our sites because of that one issue. The other thing is that we've been doing about 4 events a month this year. Typically, we've been hosting 6 events a month, and so we scaled back our events. And so, and that can be it's a seasonal thing. So in the summertime, you'll see we continue to weed out. These areas are cleaned up. And our goal is then to get a delivery of free wood chips delivered here at the end of this month to basically cover those areas that we've been working on so that we don't have to keep at those weeds so much. So wood chips, trying to figure out the water, if at all, but that seems like a bigger issue, a bigger funding issue for the city to retrofit the water system on the Greenbelt. But
Okay, well,
and we are hanging at four shifts a month right now, and extra like donations and things like that allow us to do more events, as well as the grant coming in would be about 6 to 8 events a month. So,
well, I'm very glad to hear that we have some sort of potential solutions to the weeds, right? Because the weeds are a problem there. The Adopt a Plot, that's a great idea. You know, I hope that takes off. How much further than 4th Street do you think you eventually get?
well, right now, it's as far as the grant is concerned, it's written for 50 trees that can stretch really the full length of the Greenbelt in Hermosa, or just Superior Avenue. And so that's just filling gaps where we've had tree loss in the past, putting a new tree there, and then writing an overwintering management plan for those trees for 5 years, basically. It also includes 1,500 new shrubs. A portion of those would be for planting back on the areas we've already established for infill, and then about 1,000 of those would be for expanding into just beyond where we are, 5th Street, 4th or 5th, filling out some of the areas a little bit more. And so these are some of these spots we've discussed with the city and done site walks and as far as talking about trees. And this grant wouldn't, if awarded in this year, we have to write the maintenance plan, and funding wouldn't really trigger until January, the earliest.
All right, well, thanks. I love the project. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, because I remember when you and Bill Brand and Mayor Light got started with the project, and it hasn't died down. If anything, it's really proven itself, and that just says a lot about your group. I really appreciate it. I remember when you were first coming in here, Jacob, you looked a little scared at the beginning, and now you're very, very comfortable. And I'd like to thank you for working so closely with the city. I know John Cordova has learned a lot about plants and the butterflies and when to cut things back and when not to. And we've all learned a lot. And as those to my right have said, helping on the Greenbelt has been a lot of fun. And yes, I too was a little sore the next morning. We moved a lot of plants that day. So thank you very much. And the Adopt a Plot, I'm hoping that you'll be able to share the success of that and how that works out. But thank you so much for this program.
I had one parting thought for the commission. We are also working with Manhattan Beach, and in their city, they're trying to open up areas for restoration as well, and they're chasing for different funding resources to do that. That may be further down the road. but it might be worthwhile for the cities Hermosa and Manhattan to think cohesively about what a restoration plan can look like. With our grant, we could definitely, we're kind of doing that work in Hermosa. And, but I think if there's a way for the cities to cooperate in this regard, I know that Manhattan has it written into their plan, and I'm not sure how Hermosa is set up with their parks plan and things like that. But we're definitely available for consulting and for things like that.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Lisa, is that something we could put on our list of crossovers with Parks and Rec and Public Works? And, maybe there is a way that we could work with Manhattan Beach.
I can certainly discuss it with our Public Works Director.
Okay. Great, thank you.
I spoke also with Redondo about the possibility of a joint resolution between the three cities, which could be another way to go about it.
Well, Lisa, then that might be something we should work on with a crossover with the City Council. I'll let you work on that too. Thank you very much.
Guys.
Thank you for your time.
Amari?
Okay, next we have the Hermosa Beach Youth Basketball end of season presentation done by Dan Maiden and Vanessa Zimmerman.
Hi, everybody. This is my second time doing this, and I've spoken to a lot of you before. Lisa, Brian, I don't know about you, Elka, but I'm Dan. E. Thomas, I'm Dan. Happy birthday to Brooklyn.
Well, she enjoyed basketball.
Yeah, good. How about baseball? Did she play this
She
year?
loves softball.
Okay, good. Yeah.
And Piper is baseball.
I know. Well, Kurt and I, we're in the same Adventure Guides crew. We still are. And Tracy, hello again. And Todd, how are the pickleball courts queue situation going? How's that? All right. Talk about that later. Amari, hello. And Peggy, hi. I'm Dan. I'm this past season was my first year as a president of Hermosa Beach Youth Basketball. And this is a common statement. I'm going to read off my phone because I have a bunch of notes that I don't want to miss. It's kind of a common refrain for me where raising a child takes a village, and so does running a youth basketball league. So thank you all very much, and everyone behind the scenes for helping us run that league so well and have such great facilities and just having a great community behind us. When the season ends, the only thing that matters is that our players want to come back next year, and you all contribute to that tremendously. This year, we've added 6 new board members. We've added, let's see, where are they? Operations, technology director, new treasurer, strategic initiatives, which is just someone who's very knowledgeable in a lot of things, and I just needed him on the board. Sponsorships will be pretty big this season, community partnerships and events. So a lot more firepower for HPYB, so we're only getting better, and we're going to be sustainable for the distant future. Player numbers, we had 1,000 players. This is the most we've ever had. Maybe the 2022 season where we did a summer season and no other leagues were open. That might have been a couple players bigger, but we had 125 teams and over 250 volunteers, 230 coaches, a lot of people on the board, and special operations, just people we needed to volunteer and do stuff and get stuff done. One big win, and we're hoping for another one next season, is we had such great enrollment on the girls' side. We went up about 5 to 6% on the girls' side, which is an initiative because we had lower numbers on the girls' side than the boys' side. But we had such great enrollment on the girls' side that we split a division from combined girls' second and third grade to a girls' second and a girls' third grade. That was awesome. We're hoping we can do that this next season with girls' kindergarten and girls' first grade. That would be awesome. That would require a little bit more court time, but I think we'll be able to manage that. We've had, obviously, Hermosa our enrollment is the highest in the South Bay, or in HPYB among the South Bay towns, then Redondo, Manhattan, but we extend, I mean, we have Torrance, Hawthorne, El Segundo, Lawndale, Inglewood, Rolling Hills, Playa Vista, Harbor City, Marina Del Rey, Gardena, all these towns, and then like LA addresses. And so HPYB, people love playing it. They started playing it in 2022, and they never left, which is a great sign for HPYB. The community center has always been and remains super critical for our league. It's the only indoor court where we can adjust the hoops. We play the younger divisions at the community center, and it's amazing. I don't know if you've ever seen a HPYB basketball game in there, but it is hilarious and loud as you can imagine, and just pure chaos. It's the best kind of basketball you can imagine. I'm very grateful for the staff, including at the community center, including Cambria, who has helped me in so many ways, and also Lisa. We had a bunch of things happen this year. One is the Clark basketball courts renovations. So we needed to figure out where are we going to practice for 3.5 months, and Cambria came to us and said, hey, we can put lights at Valley Park. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. That's the awesomest idea ever. Are the lights going to be any good? And we checked them out. The lights were perfect. I had coaches tell me it was so awesome to just go practice under those lights at Valley Park. They were so happy with it. And you were all also able to get us Edith Rodaway Park, and we got both courts there for an hour each day, which was extremthat helpful because with a larger amount of teams, something you don't really consider is, oh, they all need practice time. So that opened up the options for teams to practice. So without that, we would not have had every team able to practice, which would have been a disaster. We used the new renovated Clark building for what I believe to be the first ever team picture day at the new Clark building, so I'm proud of that. I think Cambria or someone asked me about that. I was like, oh, that's great. And the feedback, I've never gotten feedback about picture day in my life, and I got like 20 emails saying how smooth and how great the community center, or the Clark building was. So that was pretty cool. I thought I'd mention that. We had a bunch of operational wins. We coordinated with Hermosa Beach Little League. We switched some of our weekend days on opening days so that we didn't have any game conflicts. We worked with Parks and Rec on St. Patrick's Day parking. That was fun to figure out, and I'm grateful for the solutions that we came up with. I only had maybe one complaint from a ref. Poor guy had no idea where to park, and we sent an email, but I think he just arrived at the wrong time. It was just impossible to park anywhere. But we figured that out besides that. We built some pretty great custom software that made our league run even smoother, and so hopefully we'll reap the rewards of that next season. We held all but one draft of our 13 divisions in person at a Hermosa Beach establishment, including Rockefeller, Hennessy's, and my personal favorite, Hook and Plow. So I thought that was really cool that we could start, getting the community involved even more. We live streamed our playoffs, which was pretty cool. Our registration fee is one of, if not the lowest youth sports league fee in the South Bay. It's $215. If you have a sibling, it's $195. Donations, we contribute to the highest donation level for Hermosa Beach Educational Fund. We helped fund the new basketball courts, or the hoops at Clark. We funded repairs to the Hermosa Valley School basketball hoop system. Last season, we did a ton of stuff with the schools, creating uniforms for different sports leagues. We have this thing called an assist fund that is going to be a little bit more broader reaching this season, where we use some funds to, the way I explain it is, use our funds to fun, small things that make a big difference, and it doesn't have to be necessarily basketball related. So one of those things was uniforms for schools, for flag football, cross country, track. And there's a lot more to come for that, with that in 2026. We did a lot of activities. One thing over the past 2 years that we've really put an emphasis on is trying to have events and things for the community to attend and that enrich everyone that participates. So one of those things was Clippers Night. We have a pretty good relationship with the Clippers. They do a lot of grassroots outreach, the LA Clippers. So we went to a game. They invited everyone to a game in January. But before the game, they have a Court B, which is in Intuit Dome, and it's a full court on the side, but indoors. And they had us do like basketball obstacle courses, shooting relays for 4 hours before the game. It was absolutely amazing. We went in there, all the Clippers, the Clippers, it's unbelievable what they do. They have like a whole staff for this type of thing, and they run kids through drills, and they just go, and the kids sweat and go crazy, and they get autographs, and they get all these like rally cloths and stuff like that. Then we go watch the game and have a blast, because Intuit Dome is pretty wild. It's a really cool dome, or arena, I mean. We have Friday Night Hoops, which is kind of our signature event that we hold at Hermosa Valley School, where the whole league gets together. The older kids go play. All the younger kids go and watch the older kids, because there's a dramatic difference between a third grader and an eighth grader playing basketball. So they get to kind of see what their future is going to look like. We have a DJ in there playing during the game. We have outside, it's dark, so we have glow-in-the-dark rims, glow-in-the-dark basketballs, glow-in-the-dark wristbands, glow-in-the-dark everything, glow-in-the-dark stickers, and the kids just go nuts, putting stickers and wristbands all over and just playing outside. We have a 6 foot or 5.5 foot hoop, and they play, they line up and do dunk contests, and people vote on the dunks, and it's just a great night, and it's just getting bigger and bigger. We had Chuck the Condor, the Clippers mascot, do the opening tip on a, those like two-wheel razor, like, I don't know, electric, not scooters, but those like little wheelie things. Anyway, he did that, did a 360 twist, did a jump ball, and got out of there. It was awesome. Championship nights, we have 2 championship nights, one for the younger playoff divisions, one for the older playoff divisions. And over the past 2 years, we've increased attendance by 10 to 20x just by holding them on the weekdays when people are available and excited to go. And we promote them. So it used to be, you'd have a 4th grade championship at 8 in the morning on a Sunday. No one's going to go to that. So we move them to the evenings on the weekdays. Community and growth. We saw what other leagues do, and we put a lot of emphasis on our Instagram, mostly Instagram for social media. It grew it from 400 to 1,000 followers, and not just in the name of getting followers, and it was more in the name of like spreading information, spreading kind of like community vibes and goodwill. And we got a lot of support and help from the city with Instagram promoting our stuff. We would promote their stuff, and I think it was a really good relationship, and it's only going to get better. Focusing this season on growing just Hermosa enrollment overall, like in general, I think we're about 60% Hermosa in HPYB, Hermosa kids, so I want that to go up a little bit, or we want that to go up a little bit, so we're going to put a little bit more priority on that. We're going to do that through outdoor banners, school emails, signage outside everywhere, and ideally emails and social posts, and I'll probably talk to a few of you about that. We've had an amazing amount of volunteer help over the past, especially 2 seasons, so that's what I mean when this league's in good hands. When myself and the current board are kind of aged out, this thing's going to be backfilled. There's a whole plan. This is going to be great. So I appreciate all your help and your efforts to make this community awesome and keep it awesome and make it even better. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn to my right this time. Any questions, comments?
I know some neighbors that play, and they love the program, so thank you for making it so good.
There are 250 volunteers. I'll tell them. I will email them about this.
Well, you answered my question. I was going to ask the best way to be informed and stay informed about events that you do. So now I know Instagram.
Totally. Yeah. It's our our social media manager. The one right now is off the charts amazing. They poached her. HBLL poached her. HBL already does an amazing job. And then they saw what she was doing for us. And then they're like, hey, can you do that for us too? I was like, can I get 1 year without getting poached? But I'm just kidding. All those HBLL people are some of my best friends.
But you have an incredible program. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, Dan. A couple questions. Your enrollment, how much does it cost for the kids to play? Does it matter your age? Or the younger kids play less than the older kids?
No, it's the same price. So it's $215 for one kid, and then you get a discount for siblings. I think it's $20, I think. But the younger kids, 3rd grade and under, get 10 games. And actually, this is a point I didn't actually say. We're looking to increase the number of games. We'll see if it mathematically can happen. That's one of the big initiatives for this year. But playoff divisions, which is 4th grade and above, they get 8 regular season games and then a single elimination playoff tournament at the end in March. So they get minimum 9, max of, depends on number of teams in a division, but a max of 12.
Okay, and then do you have a scholarship program?
We do.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. So the referees are amazing.
Yeah.
Especially the younger kids. They don't just overlook things. They really are teaching the kids how to play, and that's really important. And I noticed that more this year than I think I ever have. And the Friday nights at Hermosa Valley School is just, if you ever get a chance, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I didn't understand it until I saw it from up on the hill. And you guys that's a wonderful program. And I know there are a lot of Laker fans, but I would just like to say, as a Clipper fan, yay for us.
One of my best friends works for the Lakers, and this is all to his chagrin, and I'm just like,
Excellent.
Sorry, man.
We have to win something. And then your comment about the 60% of the kids are from Hermosa. I know a lot of the parents from Manhattan and Redondo that were on my granddaughter's teams, and they are so grateful for this program. So it really is kudos to the hard work of all your volunteers. So thank you very much. And Brian, thank you. You came through. We needed something, and you were right there. So thank you that night. Appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Amari, who's next?
Next, we have the Classic Car Show post-event presentation, the long-term agreement requirement, done by David Friedman. He will be joining us on Zoom.
Are you Classic Cars?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
Nobody just came on, so.
Oh, okay.
The introduction. Can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fabulous. David Friedman for the Hermosa Beach Endless Summer Classic Car Show. It seems like our 853rd year doing it, but it's actually our 27th year doing it. And it was just another wonderful show. 50 classic cars from all eras. We had a flock of DeLoreans. We had the largest number of Woodies ever. We had 9 Woody wagons, including my 48 Chevy Woody wagon. And weather was perfect. It was an awesome show. And just in case, for those of you that are new, there is no registration fee. There is no judging. There is no pedestrian fees. It's just a wonderful day at the beach for everyone. And a good time was had by all.
Perfect. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Okay. This show this year was so much fun. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm sorry my son-in-law missed out on that, but there's nothing better than someone who's proud of their vehicle and can tell you the history of the car and the amount of hard work they put into it. And the plaza was busy from beginning to end. So again, this is a way to bring people into town that doesn't always have to have something to do with the beach. So it was very successful, and thank you very much.
That's the whole point of the show, is serving the city and also serving the vendors on the plaza, because normally people don't come down to Hermosa on a cloudy day in early May. But Hennessy's, Sharky's, all of them said, oh yeah, we were super busy. And a lot of locals came up to me and said, please put me on the list for next year. I'd like to bring my car.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
It was really my pleasure. Thank you for the kind notes, and see you all in May of 27 for our 28th annual show. Thank you all.
Thank you. Amari?
Next, we have the Easter Sunrise Mass post-event presentation. This will be held by Aaron Walsh on Zoom.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Can you see the slides?
We are loading the slides now.
Great, thank you so much. Awesome. So we had our annual beach mass on April 5th for Easter. I'm generally not a huge fan of 6 a.m. and it proves to be worth it to get up this early and see the sunrise. And it was just such a beautiful morning, and we wanted to thank you. This is a picture from our website that was a bit of a flyer to invite people, and certainly notice that it says with support from the city of Hermosa Beach. Next slide, please. From our pictures and our estimates from some of the pictures from the pier and from how far people were sitting back, but even behind some of the volleyball courts, we're estimating about 1,200 people attended, and not just from our church, but a number of other local churches. We received an offertory of about $5,000, and we did an advertisement in the Daily Breeze. On the left is the advertisement that was in the Daily Breeze. Also acknowledging brought to you by our church and by the city of Hermosa Beach. After Mass, there's a number of attendees that kind of spread out, and we kind of like funnel into different restaurants that are open. I know my family enjoyed a really great breakfast at Scotty's afterwards, and there's, standing room only in there. And a number of other early open businesses had people come in after Mass. And it was like a beautiful message from Father Paul, our pastor, and a beautiful, beautiful day, great way to start the Easter morning. Next slide, please. Yeah, and so we just wanted to say thank you so much. This has been a really special tradition that we look forward to now. I believe this is the 13 to 15 years, somewhere in there. Sometimes there's a dolphin going by in the background. Sometimes, there's a lot of seagulls. Sometimes it's just kind of really neat to spend the morning in nature and celebrating the wonder of God's creation. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions, comments?
Looks like a big crowd. What's the crowd size this year relative to prior years? Is that the typical size or more, less?
This was only my second year, but this looked larger than last year. I don't know how much larger. I think last year maybe I'm going to guess 800 to 1,000. That's my guess. But it did seem bigger this year.
Okay, and then do local businesses like Scotty's, is there any proactive reach out on their end to you or vice versa about you reaching out to them and maybe communication people to make them aware that
that's
this is
a
happening?
fabulous question. Not that I'm aware of. In the future, it would be awesome to reach out to them ahead of time and see is it okay if we add you to our advertisement, or do you want to offer any coupon, or kind of coordinate ahead of time. Either direction would be great.
Yeah, I think there's maybe some opportunity there too. Thanks.
Yeah, great idea. Thank you.
Anyone else? Well, again, a successful year. You guys are always so stealth, and I think the commissioner's thoughts are important, that we warn the businesses so they're ready for you. 1,200 people when you're not expecting more than a couple at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning, but on a Sunday. But thank you very much. Appreciate the update, and good luck next year.
Thanks so much. God bless.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Amari?
Next, we have State of the Art post-event presentation. It will be done by Aiden Morgan in person.
Good evening, Council. I
Can
believe
you-
we have a
Can you
presentation.
share
as
your
well.
name one more time?
Oh, this is Aiden from Indivisible Arts.
Thank you, Aiden.
And we do have a presentation of photos from the event that I would love to share with you. And out of curiosity, when there are presentations displayed, do you see these on your monitors in front of you? Oh, you do? Okay, fantastic. Great. This is our 5th annual State of the Art, and we were able to raise about $230,000 for our programs. For those of you that are unfamiliar, we conduct creativity and mental wellness programs for kids in Hermosa Beach, but youth all over the South Bay. Right now, our focus is on foster youth and youth battling substance abuse. Next slide, please. To give you a glimpse, we gave our youth the opportunity to share about our fundamental life tools, which is our curriculum for mental wellness, with our local audience. And it was beautiful watching 12-year-olds give impassioned lessons about emotional resilience to the adults, in some moments schooling the adults on situations and how to handle their lives. And we're really proud to share all of the youth that are able to demonstrate a really high level of emotional resilience. And this is a symbol of what we look to cultivate, not only in Hermosa Beach, but in the South Bay abroad. And that was a new generation of youth that are able to handle their life on life's terms with tools that actually help them stay mentally healthy and available to life. Next slide, please. This year we focused on State of the Art being very family oriented, which was lovely. So we got moments where we had kids with ice cream all over their face, which is a great compliment to what is oftentimes a little bit more of a sophisticated adult-centered event. And we just wanted to share this as an advancement of State of the Art and it being very inclusive to the entire community, families particularly. Next slide, please. We had amazing moments where we had our young students perform live music, and this is one of our students, Grace, who's 12 years old and was performing original music for this audience of 120 people, and just giving a young person the opportunity to overcome stage fright and bare their soul in front of all these adults is such a ripe moment for their own emotional resilience and overcoming anxiety. And she absolutely killed it. And for anybody that might have been there, this was like completely inspiring to watch. Next slide, please. Another moment where our founder, Raphael McMaster, is with another student named Hudson that's getting to share their music. And the majority of the students that are in our program are usually experiencing some type of adversity in their life, or at least we know that they are because they share that with us. And I'm sure that's very consistent among this entire generation. But to be able to see one of our students smiling in front of a crowd of people, sharing music that they've written, from like the depth of their heart, is really what this is all about. And that's rocket fuel for Hudson's soul that they'll probably never forget. Next slide, please. We were able to hold somewhat of a vigil for one of our students, an alumni of our program, who gave an incredible testimonial a couple years ago. Their name was Spencer. And they shared that this program had saved their life. This was a foster youth student who went to Da Vinci Rise in Gardena, whom we had the pleasure of, serving with our program for a couple years. This is a student that we became very close with. And we watched these tools absolutely transform their life to the point where they mentioned that it might have saved their life. And unfortunately, a couple months ago, 2 or 3 years after we started our program with Spencer, Spencer actually passed away. And this just became a reflection of the importance of the work that we're doing, and not only seeing this as static programs that, youth or kids in the community experience once, but more so a culture and a community that we're cultivating, where youth feel supported and they have somewhere to go to grow and to be vulnerable, and to share this moment with, 100 teenagers in the audience, all knowing that they have a space where they can be heard and supported, was really special to us. Next slide, please. This was a moment where we had the entire community galvanized in support of, cultivating this culture of emotional resilience in our youth, and seeing so many Hermosa Beach residents and South Bay residents feeling a level of passion and empowerment in supporting this cause was a beautiful thing for us to see. Next slide, please. A couple of the activations that we had at State of the Art were, we had a couple of unique activations this year. This is one by a photographer named Josh Madsen. And Josh has this project called Community Collage. So on the right-hand side, you can see an installation that's composed of thousands of photos. And all of the guests of State of the Art had not only the opportunity to have professional headshots taken that they got to leave with, but also be part of one of Josh's community collages. And Josh has actually accrued a bit of fame for doing this. So it was exciting to see some of the guests recognize what was going on there. Next slide, please. A lot of the art this year was just bonkers awesome. This is a piece by a local artist named Dan Wonderly, and giving local artists in the South Bay a place to share their artwork and to see hundreds of people looking at it, having emotional reactions to it, is just like invaluable to us. And I put this in there personally because I really love this piece. Next slide, please. We're able to collaborate with other spaces on our street this year in a separate way. Jess Accomando, who runs the studio and Not Shockbox now, was gracious enough to lend us her space so that we could extend our auction, extend the footprint of our event a bit so that it was a little bit less packed with the number of people we had, but not also giving the auction artwork that we had a little bit more room to breathe. And it was wonderful having that space and the beautiful lighting and great vibe that she has in there. So thank you to Jess Accomando. Next slide, please. Once again, this one was really about the kids. This is another collaboration with a local project called Sandlot Social, who brings like board games and not board games, but kind of like party games. The sophisticated level of beer pong, the type that you can play with a 12-year-old, to events, and it was really fun to watch the kids have something to do, while their parents were out learning about the programs. Next slide, please. Entertainment is huge. We love shiny things. So it was great having entertainers here that were able to reflect the vibrancy of what we do. Next slide, please. Is that the last one? I believe this is the last slide. And just an image of hope. What we're doing is really about giving the next generation the tools and the resources that they need to make the change in the world that we're all hoping for. And this event was such a beautiful reflection of that being possible and seeing that in the individuals that we see day to day. And I'd just like to take a moment to thank any of you that were there, any of you that have supported this, a potential Yanni Lang that might be behind me that supported this. What we do couldn't happen without the support of our entire community completely. And just the opportunity to be able to do this in the city of Hermosa Beach is something that we're incredibly grateful for. So thank you all.
Thank you so much. It's a heartfelt presentation. Any comments to my right?
It was just a great presentation. I mean, seriously, thank you.
Thank you.
To my left? It was an amazing event, tons of fun, which is great. My house almost backs up to the event, and you guys, you're in, you're out, and that's all well and fine. But the message that is shared is beyond important. The artists that are there to talk to you about their art, the heartfelt support from the kids in the crowd was amazing. it's just really important that everybody have a place to go. Everyone, whether it's sports, whether it's art, music, just running on the beach, everyone needs a place. And Raphael has built an amazing community. I remember when he opened. And I look forward to the summer program, the summer camp, the kids walking down to the beach. I couldn't be more excited for you all to be able to work together. You are obviously a family. People are so helpful, and the food was great. So just something that I really look forward to as a resident, but also as a neighbor. My mom was an art teacher. I have a granddaughter that just brightens up every time she can share something that she's done. And your comments, your comments were beyond heartfelt, and I just couldn't be more grateful that the city's been able to find a way to work with you in a consistent and successful manner. So thank you so much, and thank Raphael for us.
Oh, well, we're deeply grateful for the city, so thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say I wasn't able to attend the event, but my daughter and I went a couple weeks earlier, and she bought a piece of artwork from a student there, and Raphael was able to connect her to the actual artist. It was a skateboard that was cut into 3 pieces.
Okay. Yeah.
And she has it up in her room. So
Lovely.
the fact that you have young kids connecting and the positive message is very cool. So
It's
thank you.
incredible. I mean, imagine being 10 years old selling a piece of art. Like, you're going to wear that courage for a little while. Any other questions?
I still got to come by and get my necklace.
Oh, we'll talk.
Thanks. All right. Amari?
Thank you so much.
That was the last presentation. You're moving on to public comment.
All right. Does anyone have any comments that they want to share before we move on?
Oh, you want to do that first? Sorry.
Okay. So next, Community Resources Director.
Oh,
First, public comment.
Okay, we're going to do that. Thank you.
This is a time for members of the public to address the commission on items and not on the agenda, but within the commission's jurisdiction. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes and will be taken in person and via Zoom. A reminder that if you address the commission on a discussion item, you will not be able to address the commission on the same item when it is heard at a later time of the meeting. Anyone in person? Moving on to Zoom. No hands raised on Zoom.
All right. I'll bring it back to the Community Resources Director's report.
Thank you, Chair Ehlman. We're going to go ahead and queue up the presentation. And next slide. Okay, so the first update this evening pertains to 2 capital improvement projects. First is the community center gas line repairs. Public Works is still working with SoCal Gas to officially turn on the meter, so we're getting really close. They were here today, and we'll continue to keep the commission posted on this. Not a big rush now that we're entering the summer months, but yes, still a priority to complete the CIP. And then second is the Kelly Court Improvement Project. City Council did approve the award of a construction contract to complete the tennis and pickleball courts. So the new estimated completion date for those courts is August 2026. Next slide. Mayor DeToy will be resuming his conversation and cleanups or beautification projects as his term of mayor, and he will be partnering with the Surfrider Foundation, South Bay Chapter, and the South Bay LGBTQ Center to hold a conversation and a beach cleanup on June 20th at 10 a.m. between 9th and 10th Street. Registration is requested by scanning the QR code on the flyer or visiting the link on the city's calendar on the website. Next slide. Next, we'd like to honor some staff milestones. We wanted to celebrate some years of service of our team. First, we would like to celebrate one of our theater technicians, Hugo, for 5 years of service with the city, and our theater technician, Joey, with 10 years of service. Our recreation coordinator, Nick, who's in attendance this evening with 15 years of service. Our recreation leader, Jed, with 20 years of service, and our recreation leader, John, with 20 years of service. Next slide. We had our Hermosa 5.0 open house last week, and we were able to honor a longtime Hermosa 5.0 art instructor. He's almost been there since the beginning of Hermosa 5.0, actually. We honored him with a commemorative plaque that's going to be hung in the community center hallway next to one of his paintings. He is Robert Mackey, and we are very lucky to have him. Next slide. July is Parks and Recreation Month annually, nationwide. So we will be doing a proclamation at the June 23rd City Council meeting to officially proclaim it Parks and Recreation Month here in the city of Hermosa Beach. We do plan to have activities throughout the month to celebrate, so more information coming soon on that. Every year there is a theme for Parks and Recreation Month, and this year's theme is the power of Parks and Recreation. So a lot more to come on our activities for Parks and Recreation Month, and we'll keep you posted about the proclamation and invite you all to attend as well, that council meeting, to accept the proclamation with staff. Next slide. So next, I would like to address comments received from some commissioners and members of the public regarding the RCS fee study performed, and specifically why Parks and Recreation fee updates are being evaluated completely separately, why this information was not presented to the commission, and why it is not also considered by City Council as part of their recent user fee study discussions. And to provide some background, the data utilized in the study does not reflect the department's current operating structure. The analysis was prepared based on a department structure that no longer exists. At the time the information was developed, the department was operating with 6 full-time employees under a significantly different service model. Since then, we have expanded to 8 full-time employees, and staffing allocations, program delivery, and operational costs have changed. Therefore, any cost recovery conclusions contained in that analysis should not really be viewed as a current representation of our department operations and budget. And then second, the fee study itself cautions against using recreation cost recovery data, as the consultant says throughout the study, that recreation and community resources services are fundamentally different than any other municipal services. They're to be market-driven. The study repeatedly notes that recreation fees should be established through a market analysis, which we have been doing on any of the fees that we're bringing forward, rather than purely a cost recovery formula. So while the study does provide some useful background information, it was not intended to serve as a sole basis for establishing our recreation fees. And instead, recreation fees are going to be brought forward evaluating market rates, the community benefit, the program participation, as well as operational considerations. So it's also important to recognize that Parks and Rec departments are not typically structured to operate as a fully neutral operation. Many services are provided to advanced community benefit, wellness, and quality of life objectives. Next slide. So on this slide, we would like to share the department's proposed 2026-2027 budget. Our proposed budget for next fiscal year reflects a cost recovery position, with the department recovering 77% of cost. Next slide. So the budget information presented on the previous slide does not include the recently approved special event vendor fee, the proposed special event permit fees that are going to be are scheduled to be considered for formal adoption by City Council next Tuesday, the pickleball fees, which are also scheduled for City Council adoption next Tuesday, and additional fee and program adjustments that staff is anticipating to continue to bring forward to the commission over the coming months and also this evening. So I'm really just providing this budget information for informational purposes this evening. This item is not agendized for discussion or action. The budget has already been presented to City Council and is scheduled for adoption next Tuesday. And staff is simply, again, just providing this information in response to questions that have been raised as to why Parks and Rec fees are being considered separately. And I don't have slides for these next few updates, but I have a few more. So first, the registration opens tomorrow for the Nike After Dark Tour LA. And our department's Adult Basketball League summer season registration opens this Thursday, June 4th. And we are, lastly, but definitely not least, very happy to share that we now have a refillable water bottle filling station in the community center on the second floor near the theater. And that concludes my report.
All right. Does anyone have any questions, comments? To my right, Elka?
I was just checking to see the cost recovery revenue for other departments. What does that entail? The 120,000 on your proposed 26-27 budget?
That is a great question. Our department processes through the special event and filming program, parking revenue, amplified sound permit revenue, police department services revenue, and public works services revenue. So we bill and collect all of those, and we handle all the posting of the parking and the distribution of amplified sound permits.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Tom? All right. Tracy?
Just one question. That 77% cost recovery, is that, how do I explain this? We're hearing later proposed fee increases for the after-school and the Valley Park Summer Program. Does this include that potential fee increase or not?
No, it doesn't include the special event vendor fee, the other special event fees that we are taking to council for adoption, the pickleball fees, or future revenue opportunities that we're bringing forward, fee updates. So that percentage would only rise.
Okay. Thanks.
Todd?
Yeah, I have a few questions. I guess the first one, just off to the side, because it's a separate topic, but RecTech, is the go live still planned for August 2nd?
It is.
On track?
Yeah, we're on track.
Great. Now, in regards to the proposed budget for 26-27, at the City Council meeting on May 12th, you referenced there was a total of $210,000 in uncollected special event revenue. $104,500 was in waived indirect costs through LTAs. And I was wondering if you could explain that in simpler terms so I understand where that $104,500 is.
Yeah,
being
so
lost.
through the current long-term agreements, that's the cost that's being waived through all of them for indirect
which
costs.
which costs are being waived? That's what I not.
Each agreement would be different cost. So
The
some
types of
agreements
things.
may be the Pier Plaza use fee, some may have one of the location fees. So it really depends on the agreement, but that's the overall total. A lot of agreements expire in 2026, so there'll be an opportunity to renegotiate those
I see.
fees.
Okay. And then I do want to discuss the RCS fee study, and I had point taken on all the perspectives around rec and park departments not being necessarily revenue generating, but the responsible thing to do is understand one's costs, separate from the fees. Let's not even worry about fees at all. Let's talk about costs. So the RCS fee study, when I look at, for example, the after-school program, it breaks down into what I would typically see in like a cost estimating model, right? I've got a resource, community resources director, 1% of their time. It's equivalent to this. The unit cost is this. The estimating unit is number of participants in the program, right? So it estimates a cost for running the after-school program based on staff time. Understanding that the model, maybe the operating model of the department has changed since then, what has changed about the resources used to run the program or the estimating factor that would be used that would cause me to, the cost in here is $304,000, and that was late 2024, but why is it that much, or why is that number invalid, I guess?
I can't speak to the user fee study, to be completely transparent with the commission, because I would ask that you look at the program cost recovery sheet. That is what is captured in our budget. My work with the consultant that did the user fee study was to address the gaps in the special event permit program, which I ended up pulling and doing separately and bringing to the commission and council last month. So
do you have any knowledge of how the RCS consultant came up with these?
I'm still trying to work with getting in touch with the consultant, because the percentage that it's saying the rec coordinator is spending on that program is accurate, and that's what's listed in your program cost recovery sheet. Yeah. I can't speak to the other factors.
All right. Thanks.
Okay. That was a great point. I'm hoping that we'll eventually understand that. Important. A couple of follow-ups. We have our volleyball subcommittee is meeting tomorrow. Thursday.
Yes, I just want to acknowledge that it seems like we've moved on to commissioner comments, just for the public who's following the agenda. Because it seems like we're going outside of the committee.
Okay, I think I just kind of wanted to be sure people knew we were working on something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just want to, those following.
I appreciate that.
Right?
Okay.
Okay, yes, we're going to meet on Thursday.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So now we're officially on commissioner comments and
Going
continue
on
the
to
discussion.
commissioner comments. So, anything else, Todd, before we go on?
I have no commissioner comments.
Okay. I'm going to go through my list. Tom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Since you mentioned volleyball, and you're going to meet tomorrow, that's great. Last Sunday, we had a commercial or a sponsored event down near 2nd Street. I don't know who did it. Then we have, there's actually sponsorship material still there. Bravo, I guess it's a TV show. We also have the nets at 8th Street that have interwoven commercial name on it. They've done that now at 3rd Street with Bravo. So I would just encourage that, we move on this volleyball thing before we lose control of it.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, Tom. I'm going to go to that right now since you already brought it up. We've always known there have been people that have used the public area inappropriately where it comes to running a business. We've been talking about doing something about that. I think it's really important that the subcommittee work with that, but also that we get direction from the city manager's office and the city attorney about what is the correct and legal way for us to follow up on this, because it has totally gotten out of control. Your comments about last weekend are right. That was not a couple families getting together. That was a tournament being held outside the zone, probably with no permits, probably with no insurance. It's just, we've all been sort of wink, wink, nod, nod, we know what's going on, but now it's gotten so much worse. So I am looking for direction from you about the what I would consider to be permanent business down there. That Bravo banner has been there for months, and I'm assuming that it's an actual business, that it's not the Bravo channel, but I don't know.
I participated in the tournament on Sunday. It's a group of people that play volleyball. It's a self-organized tournament, so it's not like it's similar in a way to a CBVA, but it's self-organized.
Right.
But Bravo is basically a supplements company that's kind of trying to support volleyball, beach volleyball, and community beach volleyball. That's what it is. I'm sure Brian or others can probably fill in more, but I have some knowledge about it.
So, and that's great, but still not. We had an agreement that there were some grandfathered volleyball tournaments that we weren't going to stop, but we weren't going to have anything new. So that's what we're talking about. Someone from the city should have come down and kind of gotten the lowdown of what was going on, because it did look more like, quote, a tournament than it did a bunch of neighbors getting together.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what it is, right? I like to play competitive volleyball, so I sign up for these tournaments as myself. I get paired with random, there's, 30 men or 30 co-ed pairs there. You play a match with everybody else, meet new people, play games, and then the top players go into playoffs. So it's slightly larger than, say, the group of people I normally play with north of the pier, right? And it just so happens that there's a software system that organizes the tournament based on who's there and slots people into games and says, you pair with him and play them, you pair with them and play them, and that's how you spend 3 hours.
Yeah, we can't go into too much detail on this because it's not an agenda item, but we are aware of unpermitted activity. This one, in general, we are not aware of, so we'll take note of this and do some internal investigation and follow up.
Okay.
You said the location was 2nd Street with a banner?
Yes.
We'll go out there tomorrow and inspect.
All right. It would be great to have numbers on what's been going on at the Clark Building, what the figures are, what we've done to get these reservations, what we've reached out to, and do we have friends in other cities that can tell us, are their number? From what I see, the Clark Building isn't as busy as we had originally thought it would be. And maybe we were wrong, maybe it's just a bad year, but I do think that the residents should know what's going on with the building. We spent $1 million making it look as wonderful as it is. So if something like putting, the rental information in the window, people walk by for months going to the Little League games. So I just think it's important that we feel like we've done everything we can to keep that building booked. And I think that we should be getting quarterly reports on what's going on, how many bookings, how much money we've made, any problems that we've had, any damage to the building, anything like that. The same thing with movies and the special events. How are we doing? Where are we getting the business from? Are we reaching out to people? And again, what are the numbers? We really need to be able to share this on a quarterly basis, I believe, with the residents. Regarding the Public Works, Parks and Rec meeting that we had, it was the second time that we've met, but I don't think the meeting went as well as it could have. We have crossover projects that we should be talking about, whether or not they're a CIP or just an idea. But I think we wasted a lot of time talking about things that legally could we have been talking about, yes, but we didn't have a background on these projects. And I think it gave us a leg up versus what the regular residents get to talk about. And I just think that there's a different way to look at this meeting next year, and I'm hoping that we can do that with a better open agenda so there can be some back and forth about the success and the failures, how things are going. The Hermosa 5-0, it costs $10 to join. I don't think we've ever raised that fee. Should we? That's my question. Next, Mr. Higgins, if you're watching. Mr. Higgins has posted on Facebook. He's come down, he's called us about the traffic on 27th Street and between Manhattan Avenue and PCH during the fiesta. And although it is, quote, only 3 days, I'm questioning whether or not we've done everything we can for those residents. Because the traffic, I counted over 50 cars in line 2 days in a row, and they are idling. I don't know how to fix it, but I do think that we have to acknowledge the problem and see if there is something that we can do. Can we have traffic officers from 3 o'clock in the afternoon until 6, whatever that is? But I think we need to acknowledge that we dump on the north end of town, and the line, the traffic between Pier and 8th Street was much shorter, maybe 10 or 15 cars, but this was constant, and I have to agree with them on that. Lastly, have we discussed how much we're charging all of the different groups to use our property, such as basketball, baseball, and soccer? Have we discussed those fees? When was the last time we talked about it? That I would like to see some numbers on that. Lawn bowling, where are we with lawn bowling? Is that something you can share with us about what's going on?
It's a closed session agenda item at the city council meeting next Tuesday, so I should have more information following that meeting.
Okay. And lastly, the black box. I know we've removed a small portion of the netting on the basketball courts, but I've called the city twice about the kids that are riding their bikes, and you cannot see them from the parking lot. And you can make the statement, kids will be kids, but you can see the amount. I don't know if I should call it damage, but the skid marks and the inappropriateness of what they're doing on their bikes should be seen full way around. The east side and the north side should be open. Whether or not the west side should be open, I'll let you guys decide that, but we should have access to view what's going on those basketball courts. So if you could let me know what the city plans to do on that. I think I've gone through my list. I know it's a long one, and I sent it to you earlier in the day, but we do have a responsibility to understand where we are with the rentals, how we're doing, and what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong. We should admit it. So thank you.
I can respond briefly on each of those. Can't get into too much of a discussion because they're not agenda items. Clark Building, we were asked to bring a report back to City Council after a certain period of time. It's, I believe, due in October to Council. Before we bring that report to City Council, we will bring it to the Commission. It's going to cover everything as far as revenue, what type of rentals, the amount of usage compared to the amount of not being used, and as well as any feedback we've received about the building, the policies, the rates. So that will be coming before the Commission before it goes to City Council. Next was, I tried really hard to remember the order. Special events.
Sure, let's just keep going.
All right, so as you all know, our special events calendar is very full. There's not a need to advertise for a call for special event applications here in our city. We have the most amount of special events compared to any South Bay city. We are doing fine with the revenue for special events. I know there's a lot of talk about the special events and filming positions. The revenue that we bring in, 60% of that covers those positions. So we're in a position where we're still making revenue from those programs, the filming, promotional activations, and special event and filming. I'm sorry, I already said filming, special events. And then I think next was Hermosa 5.0. And we haven't raised the cost of $10 because the $10 is just for the membership itself. You purchase a membership and then you have to pay for some of the activities as well. So it's not just $10 to access all the programs in Hermosa 5.0. The revenue that is collected through Hermosa 5.0, through memberships, through the instructor room rentals, exceeds the amount of expenditures, so we haven't seen a need to raise the fees for the membership.
Can we look at sharing what's going on at the Hermosa 5.0, the different, the art shows, do we have, I know ping pong is a deal, but do we have ping pong tournaments? It would just be nice to know what's going on there, what their successes are.
Yeah, we can add it to our upcoming city events presentation. We do a monthly city calendar, monthly Hermosa 5.0 calendar that we can add. And then we also report what happened each month too in the activity report.
Okay.
I would like to clarify too, the Hermosa 5.0 membership is a voluntary $10 donation. The membership's technically free to support that program.
Perfect. Thank you. the Public Works and the crossover meeting?
Feedback noted. That was
Okay.
a new format that we tried this year, and we learned some lessons, and we hear your feedback, and we would like to continue to have it be a joint meeting, but maybe we can make it more focused on crossover projects like you mentioned.
Great. Elka, were you about ready to ask something?
I was going to talk about the tennis court and the pickleball. I've heard a lot of complaints about that, and it seems like sometimes the black box, the front part on Valley is gone. Now it's up again with another little quarter panel. I mean, is there any kind of rhyme or reason?
Right now, I can just share that all the feedback is received. When I have a firm update about the plan, I will definitely share it with the commission.
Okay, and you've already told us about lawn bowling. So if we could find out, I just want to be sure that we don't get lost in the fact that we love having all of these groups, basketball, baseball, soccer, but what they're, especially on Clark Field, there's a lot of wear and tear that goes with these groups. I just want to be sure that we're covering as much as we can for the use.
That is one of the fees that we will be advancing to the commission and city council to consider updating.
And just my last comment regarding the volleyball on the beach, I just think it's extremely important that we figure out what we're doing for any of the coaching that's going on. You know, there is a place for this. And I know we have CSOs. They should be down there all the time. People know what's going on, but and a lot of it, and the history of it was that it was other coaches turning on other coaches, calling and complaining. So I just think it's important that we find a way to admit that we have a problem and we need to deal with it. And if the city wants to open this up for something in the future, that we need to have a conversation about that with the residents and with the council of what direction we're going in, because this is just, it's not right. And it could be dangerous. We don't know what's going on. Elka?
Is there any kind of ordinance to prevent that?
There is. Lisa, do you want to share that?
I just want to not get in too much of a discussion about this since it's not an agenda item.
Okay.
We have to, limit it to maybe like questions about updates on projects and everything and subcommittee roles, but we shouldn't get in a formal discussion about things that are not on our agenda.
So what can we do to discuss this in the future?
Well, we have a volleyball court use policy subcommittee.
Okay.
And the subcommittee is meeting Thursday. When the subcommittee's recommendation comes forth before the commission, that will be an opportunity to discuss.
Okay, so that way the council will know what it is we discussed tonight and what they should be expecting in the future.
Yes, they're aware there's a subcommittee, and then whatever the subcommittee's recommendation is and whatever commission approves would go to city council.
Great, thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay. I'll move on to the consent calendar. Do any commissioners have a motion or wish to pull anything from the consent calendar?
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
A second?
A second.
Thank you.
Voting is now open.
It's not an agenda item anyway, so it's a big point of it.
Voting is now closed. Motion carried 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, public hearings, we have none. Next is matters for the commission consideration. So this is a consideration of the Parks and After School Program fee update. Nick, the proud papa.
Yes.
I think every time you come before us, you should be sharing a picture.
I could arrange that, actually. I should have put it in the presentation today.
Next time. Thank you.
We'll wait till the presentation loads. All right. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Nick Shattuck, Recreation Coordinator for the City of Hermosa Beach and Director of the After School Program and Valley Park Day Camp. Tonight, staff is presenting a proposed fee adjustment for the Park After School program. As part of this review, staff evaluated current program operating costs, enrollment levels, and fee structures in neighboring communities to determine whether an adjustment is appropriate. Next slide, please. A little background of Park After School program. Park provides supervised after-school care for Hermosa Beach students in grades 1 through 8. Program services include supervised pickup from local schools through a walking school bus program, homework assistance, arts and crafts, and a variety of recreational activities within a safe and structured environment. The program has long served as an affordable resource for local families, and program fees have remained unchanged since 2015. Next slide, please. Since the last fee adjustment, operating expenses have increased significantly. The largest cost increases have been related to staffing, driven in part by statewide minimum wage increases, as well as rising costs for supplies and other program operations. Staff also reviewed fees charged by neighboring agencies. Comparable programs currently charge approximately $2,700 annually in Redondo Beach and approximately $3,700 annually in the city of Manhattan Beach. By comparison, Hermosa Beach's current annual fee is approximately $1,900 for the school year. Based on current operating costs, enrollment levels, and regional market comparisons, staff recommends increasing the annual fee to $3,150 for the school year. Staff has already notified families and interested participants of the anticipated fee increase, I want to add. So despite the proposed adjustment, all 45 program spaces for the upcoming fall session have already been confirmed by either returning parents, sibling priority to current students, and the top of our interest list, growing interest list, I should say. So demonstrating the continued demand for and value of this program. The proposed fee remains competitive while more accurately reflecting the cost of providing the program and maintaining current service levels. Next slide, please. So at the proposed fee and enrollment of 45 participants, annual program revenue is projected to be approximately $141,750. Annual operating costs are estimated at approximately $137,500 and include staffing, supplies, program operations, and administrative oversight. This proposed adjustment will allow the program to achieve full cost recovery. Without a fee adjustment, the program is expected to continue operating at a deficit and require ongoing city subsidy. So in conclusion or summary, park program fees have not been adjusted in more than 10 years, while operating costs have increased substantially during that same period. Staff believes the proposed fee adjustment appropriately balances affordability, competitiveness, and long-term financial sustainability while maintaining the quality of services provided to participating families. Therefore, staff recommends that the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission consider recommending that the City Council approve the proposed Park After School program fee update. And staff is here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. I'll go to my left. Tracy?
Thanks, Nick. Question, you said that 45 of the existing families who take advantage of the after-school program have committed to return. Is that knowing what the price increase is going to be?
We did, we absolutely sent what we are proposing in this fee update request, the $3,150. I was very transparent with all families just to say, hey, we're bringing this to commission and council, and this is what we need to make this program sustainable moving forward. So they know the hopefully full fee if approved.
And there's no sibling discount?
There's zero sibling discount. Like you said, I have a brand new baby, and I also pay for monthly daycare now. So this program is still very affordable as is without the sibling discount.
This question may not actually be relevant, but I'm curious, why have there been no fee increases in 11 years?
That's a great question. I would defer to Director Nichols on that one.
It's been on the list. That's not the best answer, but it's the truth. We've discussed it each year, and we we're determining the best way to move forward, and this was the when we were able to do so.
Okay. It's a big increase, and it gave me a lot of pause, and it's a little reassuring knowing that the families are still interested in continuing, because I guess my question would be, what happens if half the families decide they don't want to do it? I don't know, is there a waiting list?
So, yeah, I can address that. It's not only if they're not interested. I have 20 kids still on an interest list that grows daily. And I'm, like I said, been very transparent. I had one current mother question the fee change. Other than that, almost zero replies in my inbox regarding the fee. I'm sure they loved the price that it was at. The reality is it's unrealistic and unheard of in programs that offer what we offer in park programs. So without other subsidies, we have to increase these fees. No one seems to be that upset by the fee increase so far, which is great. And I think it speaks volumes to the program.
I think you're right. Would there be any thought to, I know we're handling this fee increase now, but incrementally increasing it over time so that in the future, in another 11 years, you're not hit with another 65% increase?
Right, that's a great question.
To sort of creep it up bit by bit, I guess.
Were you saying if this current fee raise was approved in the future, increasing it more incrementally, or incrementally from 1,900 to 3,150?
No, I mean, you guys are looking at going to 3,150, but maybe in 3 years it goes a little bit more. So that, I'm just thinking from a budget standpoint, it's
Sure.
hard to budget for $1,900 and then budget for 3,150. And
Yeah.
yes, it is affordable if you amortize it over time like you have, where you say it's $4.70 an hour.
Right.
I mean, I'm not a parent, but you're a parent.
Yeah.
You can't get daycare for that. You can't get childcare for that.
You can't get half a quarter of a babysitter for that, right?
You can barely get a dozen eggs for
Correct.
that.
So I can't speak on the department behalf, but I would venture to say we will be staying on fees moving forward a lot closer in regards to the rising costs of staffing. What I didn't put in there, but I did in the report, I believe, was I think it's 89% increase in minimum wage from $8 an hour. As you heard, this is my 15th year with the city of Hermosa. I started as a park program counselor at South Park at the community center, getting paid $8 an hour, to what I believe our average is $17 to $18 an hour now for staff. So staffing alone, the increase of it, simply put, we just have to raise this fee at this point.
It was in your report.
Oh, it was
You
perfect.
did put that in there.
Awesome.
I read it somewhere. So I think that's all my questions for right now.
I'd like to also add to that, these program cost recovery sheets that you see as attachments to the staff report are something that Nick has always maintained, but we're starting to do department-wide for all of our programs. So it will give us an opportunity to look to make sure that our programs are cost neutral or receiving revenue. And then also we're going to do, as part of those program cost recovery sheets, a market analysis to make sure that we're at the market rate. So we'll be more aware of the fee updates that are needed on an annual basis as we prepare our budget each year.
Thanks.
Todd?
Yeah, so I mean, you alluded a little bit to this, but I'm going to ask the question in a slightly different way. At what level of fee do you think we would start to lose participants?
Let's ask the Parents Commissioner, tell us. No, I don't have a number I can give you. Unfortunately, I have a belief
what level of
that
fee would scare you?
what scared me personally, probably no fee because it's not coming out of my bank account. But I understand what you're asking. But at the same time, a national conversation that is on the top of everybody's table is the rising cost of childcare. So I don't think looking at how high we can push a fee versus how can we make it competitive but affordable for our residents is where I'd like to direct it.
I mean, I asked the question only to consider for our consideration, for the public's consideration, that raising fees for things like this could potentially drive away revenue. And I don't know what fixed costs there are. We'll get to that later. Anyway, move on from that. So on the expenses, on the proposed, the attachment, the cost for the recreation coordinator, 30%, is that a fully loaded cost? Like, what's included in that cost besides salary? Anything?
It's the salary of the recreation coordinator and all the time that goes into planning and preparing for the program, being the director of the program when it's in session, everything related to the program.
I'm not questioning the amount of time, I'm questioning the dollar amount that's put there for a cost. Like, if it's just salary, does it not include also the cost of benefits?
No, it includes everything.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, when you say everything, our famous RCS fee, or mysterious RCS fee study used a very interesting calculation to come up with their hourly staff rates, which was only 44. They basically said 66% of it is salaries and benefits, and then they added another 12% for city overhead, 11% for operating expenses, 10% for department overhead. So when you looked at hourly rates in that RCS fee study, it included all that stuff. Opinion may vary on whether that's the right thing to do or not, but I just want to know what's in this dollar amount. Is it all that stuff, or is it just salary and benefits for the position?
Salary and benefits for the position.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. And I know that there are other programs that use the South Park building, but what percent of annual South Park building usage do you think could attributed to the park program, if you had to put a percent on it?
Percentage would be hard. We use it daily for 180 days of school year. We use it for, we partner with Beach Cities Health District for teen events as well there. We're looking at possible use with hopefully a youth advisory squad in one of the rooms there as well. So I'm not quite sure percentage-wise. It's a little difficult for me.
It would be pretty difficult for us just to come up with that.
But it would be pretty high, right? I mean, that is pretty much the main use of the South Park building is the park program, right?
Throughout the school
Correct.
year, yes.
Yeah.
If you look at it on an annual basis, you could say it's probably 75%.
Well, 180 days, as recreation coordinator mentioned,
that's
of
half.
365
Okay.
days.
All right, so
It's nearly 49 to 50%.
of the total calendar years, but I'm sure there's
Calendar
many
years.
days where that building is locked and closed and not even, no lights are on, right? Probably.
Outside of the,
It just,
School
if you look
year?
at the core, what I'm trying to get to is, there's nothing on the cost thing here for the building maintenance and janitorial and power and everything, and I understand that comes out from a different, doesn't come out of Park and Rec,
right.
but that is a cost to the city, and so
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand, if we were to estimate it, what would we estimate it at? That's all. So we'll say 50%, just for the sake of argument for now. Let me see, what else did I have? The staff uniforms, what is included in that line item in the expenses?
Their T-shirts.
T-shirts for the staff only, not for the participants?
Correct, yeah. So in a little bit, we'll talk about Valley Park Day Camp, Commissioner Tullis, and then we'll talk about the kids' T-shirts as well. But currently for staff, sorry about that, we have T-shirts, we have jackets as it gets a little chilly, but pretty much just their staff T-shirts for uniform.
And then I'm pretty sure I asked this question ahead of time to the director, who confirmed that there's no additional city insurance costs borne because we run this program. This is already included in the city's insurance coverage.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Elka?
Just along the line of that, the youth programs counselors, are those part-time city employees, or do we contract out?
No, those are part-time city employees.
Okay, and the counselor as well, and the rec coordinator, correct? They're all city employees.
Yes, Nick is our rec coordinator, the director of the program, and then a lead youth programs counselor is a part-time position.
Got it. And can you talk a little bit about the supplies? What kind of art projects do they do? Because I know that was kind of a big number there, $4,000.
Sure.
what
So
are we talking?
the majority of our supplies is actually cleaning supplies. So while the building does receive janitorial cleaning daily, allegedly, we do buy our own Clorox wipes and just things to keep the flu down a little bit. It is essentially a classroom from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock daily as soon as those kids get in there. So cleaning supplies, your traditional rec supplies, dodgeballs. I don't know when it happened, but kids don't carry their own pencils or paper anymore. That's a new thing. We used to have trapper keepers and pencil pouches. Those are extinct. So now we provide pencils, lined paper, construction paper, seasonal, holiday crafts, things in those nature.
It looks like this program would no longer be subsidized, right, with these new fee increases? Is that correct? I know there was
Correct.
concern. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Tom?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. Is 45 pretty much the cap? I mean, could we do more kids?
So, not the cap, and I think we will do our best to take on as many kids as we can. When it comes to youth programming, safety is number one, and then staffing. And the amount of staff we have fluctuates. While you can look on paper and see 12 to 13 staff, these are part-time employees. These have traditionally higher turnaround rates. They are in college. They have other jobs. So I know I saw your list of emails, Commissioner Tullis, and it is not always the easiest thing to source safe, reliable youth program staff these days. That being said, as we source staff, I'm able to increase my number of kids that we can safely bring over to the after-school program. As you note in my report, we are a walking school bus style transportation. As you probably know, we now have 3 schools in the city of Hermosa Beach. When I started, we were primarily Valley School and View School. We split our staff to go walk to 2 schools and bring them back at the time to the community center and South Park. Now we have 3 schools that we are picking up from. That means to safely cross Pacific Coast Highway and then bring a large amount of kids from Vista, ages 2 to 4, which is rowdy. We just need a safe amount of staff to every school to transport them back to South Park.
All right, then the second question is more for Lisa, and it speaks to Tracy's point. Could we just do a cost of living annual increase? I mean, that's very common. We just tie it to some sort of benchmark and that we automatically increase these fees by the inflation cost each year.
We could look into that. Right now, it's automatically increased 2 to 3% because of CPI
Oh, it's the
every
same
year.
thing.
Yeah,
We are doing
yeah.
that.
So we do that every single year.
You got mine. Okay. There were some questions that I have some thoughts on, but I'll wait. You did a good job of comparing our rates to other cities. When you open that program up, especially the summer camp, we'll go back, but both of these are basically run the same way. Do they sell out the same day?
So we actually do not operate in the same way for registration. Park program is a closed class, if you want to call it, available only for Hermosa Beach residents, or I should say Hermosa schools. So while Valley Park Day Camp is open to the community, Hermosa Beach Park program is only to, Hermosa Beach students. So it's closed in the sense that we don't open it like a normal class where it's like first come, first served to register. Because we have to make sure that you go to Hermosa schools, that your kids are 1st through 8th grade, you're not a kindergartner, you're not a 10th grader. There's some variables that we have to check before we register your child for park program.
Okay. Todd, those were great questions, so thank you very much. I'll open this up to public comment.
This is a time for members of the public to address the commission on this item only. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. If you would like, for the record, please state your name and city of residency. We will begin with the members of the chamber. We will begin with the members of the public wishing to provide comments in our chamber. First, we do have Alan.
Good evening, Council, Chair and members of the Commission. I had a whole speech written, but actually some of these things I'd like to respond directly to some of the things that were just revealed in the report. And actually, if I can first start off, today's a voting day, one of our civic duties, and I have to note that I've now been to a Public Works Commission meeting, I've been to a City Council meetings, a number of them, I've been to a Parks and Recs meeting, a school board meeting. I'm shocked at the lack of civic engagement from this city. We are in a fiscal crisis. There's lots of barking from people online. I'm the only person here. You probably can't see it online. It's pretty shocking how unengaged this community is. And I don't know if that's part of the responsibility of the city to get people more engaged, but I think people would be quite alarmed if they really knew the details of just how much trouble this city is in fiscally. Something else I'd also like to highlight, we've now seen from parking, as I've raised in city council meeting, we have seen from daycare, that I think we are finding that people are a lot that pricing of a lot of our programs in the city is a lot more inelastic than we were anticipating. And so a lot of the fears raised around if we increase pricing too much, people might not come or people might not use our city services. I think it's just, with the few examples we have so far, we're finding that just not to be true. And so I think the city needs to get more aggressive in pushing their fees on a number of these programs. Commissioner Tullis, you raised the point that there seem to be a lot of expenses that if we're truly going for cost recovery, which I'm here to advocate for, even as a parent who is hoping to be in this program, seems like there's a lot of expenses that could be piled onto this that are not truly being addressed in a true cost recovery program. Not long ago, I stood in these chambers advocating for similar increases to pickleball reservations. That's a purely recreational hobby for adults. Pickleball community was incredibly vocal. Lots of them showed up to that meeting, extremely resistant to supporting their own non-essential activity. And I personally received a barrage of nasty messages from numerous members of that community for advocating that they pay the actual cost of their recreational activity. Yet here we are tonight talking about an essential service, childcare for working parents. And I suspect, I don't know online yet, but not a whisper from that community or any of the other Kennedy generation who are routinely in these chambers demanding continuation of expensive city services and handouts, while rarely, if ever, presenting any corresponding suggestion for how we pay for those services in a fiscal crisis like we're in. Unfortunately, as is the case for many of the programs around this city, fees have stagnated over the past decade, likely due to a combination of poor planning and political interests, and costs have skyrocketed. Our city's financial situation has become so dire that we need to accept that everyone is going to have to start paying more without expecting any more in return. So I'm not going to stand here and demand that the city subsidize my family's need for childcare in the coming years, and I would like to voice my support for increasing cost recovery. I'll cover more of these issues on future agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Giuffre. Anyone else in chambers? I don't believe so. Do we have anyone online?
Moving on to online, seeing no hands raised.
Okay, I'll bring it back. And Mr. Giuffre was right. We don't seem to have a lot of people participating tonight. Not a question I'm going to try and answer, a comment. What I did want to share was I reached out to a number of families that I know participate or have participated in the program, because I agree that the increase, although large, is well past due. And if you compare our rates to the STAR program at the school, we are nowhere close to that. And
Correct.
the STAR program, one of the things about that is that it does operate at the schools, so the kids don't have to walk all the way to South Park. So I do appreciate the fact that although these are rather large increases when it comes to percentage, it's well past due and very, very expected by a number of the families, especially our camp program. We'll talk about that later. I'm just going to say it now so I don't forget. The walking school bus is amazing, and I see the kids coming from all schools, and your staff, you've done an excellent job, and I hope that we're paying a fair salary for the amount of work that is. My house is only 3 houses from South Park, and exactly can tell when the kids are there, and it's a joy. I appreciate what we're doing, and I do want to look at yearly increases. And I don't think there's anything wrong with us revisiting this in a couple of years and checking to be sure that we are charging what it is, not just what we can get, but what's appropriate for the city and the residents to expect some sort of payback for our programs. So, Tracy, anything?
Yeah, when I first read the report, I was a little surprised at the amount of just a percentage-wise, just a side note, I live in an HOA community, and we thought we were doing our residents a favor by not increasing our annual dues when times were lean. And then we got so behind, we had to hit them with a huge increase. And I learned it is more palatable to do those small increases over time. So moving forward, I would like to see that become something, because it just sits better. I really appreciate hearing from the parent and from UNIC that our community doesn't really seem to be affected by this increase. There's a balance between, I think, city services that we should expect, and then other city services that everyone then feels like they have to subsidize, and maybe this isn't that. So I'm in favor of it.
Todd?
Yeah, so broadly, I am definitely in favor of getting cost recovery for this program. I would, if this is the type of program I would be willing to do, to acknowledge some subsidy, but I do think the proposed cost sheet is undercounting a little bit. The RCS methodology, adding all that 33% of other overhead, I believe is a little more aggressive than I would be. So I would actually be in favor of even raising it from $3,150 to another $100, $150 to try and cover our building maintenance costs and any other overhead associated with that. It's a small bit, but $1,000 for T-shirts for 17 people seems like a lot. I don't understand how that could be. The third thing that we didn't discuss earlier, but I think is an important aspect of this for me, is that when we do raise rates, that I would like to make some kind of allowance for scholarship or fee waivers for people who meet, say, like the area median income of, call it 120, 100%, whatever we decide it should be. But, we could use the Los Angeles AMI table that HUD publishes as our guide to make sure that we don't put this program out of reach for people who need it especially and can't afford it. So that's something important to me about this as well.
All right, Tom?
Yeah, the fee increase is overdue, obviously. I would encourage that we put this in the category of items that we schedule maybe every other year. It just comes to the commission in a slow month. So we know every November we're going to see what the fees are, and we're going to see what the department's bringing in. I mean, it's a good way to make sure we keep track of what's going on. And do we have a scholarship program? I mean,
We
maybe
do have a
should.
youth scholarship program. Thank you for, I was going to comment that, yes.
Elka?
Yeah, when I saw that it was a 1,250 increase, I was kind of shocked. And I said, wow, that's a lot for a family to take on from one year to the next. So I'm happy to hear that most of the families are okay with this. I think to avoid that kind of, shock in the future, like everyone has said, we need to incrementally increase the fees. And I get that you're paid more. I'm wondering also if we can keep track of supplies or any other, big ticket items that go up, so we can kind of see where the increases are. Maybe we cut back on some of those to keep the price, reasonable for most families. It is overdue, and I think it's good that it won't be subsidized in the future and that you're collecting fees to cover your costs.
Mm-hmm. I would like to add one thing, that the fee is actually split into three throughout the school year. So parents are not expected to pay all $3,150 of it this fall or this August before the first session. We have 3 sessions of after-school program, essentially splitting up the school year evenly throughout the year, and they have different sessions to pay. Some choose to pay in one lump sum, some choose to split it up.
Yeah, I noticed that because I noticed like the Redondo Manhattan ones are monthly, and I also noticed that we don't allow people to pay online. I don't know if there's demand for monthly, or if our new system will allow them to pay online. Maybe there's more checks that need to be done for this program. Maybe.
I think it's worth exploring, absolutely, just to have a little less admin time into it. So our new rec software might have that option. the hardest part right now is it just needs to remain closed. So, but yeah, I have no problem. I think we can look into that more.
And I just had a question on the hours. Is it usually 3-4 hours that you're with the kids, or is it?
Yeah, it's, we, depending on the school's bell schedule, every grade gets out apparently 10 minutes different every day. So it's counselors come, punch in, they walk to the schools. Sometimes if we're able to, and we have midday staff as in our rec leaders, we'll drive them to Vista so they don't have to walk as far, walk there and back, you can imagine. It's a good walk for the counselors, and then they're there till 6 every day. On minimum days, when school gets out at noon, like last Thursday, I believe, Vista got out early. Counselors are coming in to check in earlier to be able. We run concurrent with the Hermosa Beach School District calendar.
And I'm always amazed, as Chair Elman said, when you see these kids walking and they're just so disciplined, like no one's running off, or, you've got them under control. So that's a good thing.
Nobody messes with TJ.
Yeah, I'm glad that's what you see. No, that's exactly what happens.
All right. So, Todd, you made a comment about wanting to change something.
Well, I would support a recommendation of even a little bit more, if there's appetite for that, but just to make sure we fully account for these costs. But just wanted to throw that out there in case there's other people interested in that. But
Does anyone want to make a motion or have a comment?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve the proposed fee increase for the park after-school program from the current fee of $1,900 to the proposed fee of $3,150.
A second?
I'll second.
Voting is now open. Voting is now closed. Motion carried 5-0.
All right. Nick, one more to go.
Let's do it. All right, we'll wait till the presentation.
Next, we're considering the Valley Park Summer Day Camp fee update.
Just 1 second. Here we go. Oh, this is the park after school program still. All right. Well, good evening, commissioners. My name is Nick, a rec coordinator for the city of Hermosa Beach. I oversee the Valley Park Summer Day Camp, and tonight, staff is presenting a proposed fee update for the Valley Park Summer Day Camp program. As part of this review, staff evaluated current program fees, regional market comparisons, and overall program operations to determine whether an adjustment is warranted. Next slide, please. A little background. Valley Park Day Camp is a long-standing city-operated recreation program serving youth ages 6 through 13. The program provides a safe, structured, and engaging summer experience that includes games, enrichment activities, arts and craft, themed events, beach days, and weekly field trips. Current registration fees are $185 per week for residents and $195 per week for non-residents, and have remained unchanged since at least 2012. Next slide, please. As part of this review, staff evaluated summer camp fees charged by neighboring agencies, including Redondo and Manhattan Beach. The review found that comparable programs currently charge between $250 and $329 per week, which exceeds Valley Park's current fee structure. Based on current market conditions and program operations, staff recommends increasing weekly registration fees to $255 for residents and $265 per week for non-residents. The proposed fees remain competitive with neighboring agencies while helping support the long-term sustainability of this program. Next slide, please. At the proposed rates, annual program revenue is projected to be approximately $129,850 for the summer. Annual operating costs are estimated at approximately $77,000 and include staffing, supplies, field trips, and administrative oversight. The proposed fee adjustment help ensure the program remains financially sustainable while continuing to provide the high-quality services and experiences for participating families. In summary, Valley Park Summer Day Camp fees have remained unchanged for more than a decade, while comparable programs throughout the region have increased over time. Staff believes the proposed fee update appropriately balances affordability, competitiveness, and program sustainability. Therefore, staff recommends that the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission consider recommending that the City Council approve the proposed Valley Park Summer Day Camp fee update, and staff is still here available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the first question just real quick. Is that the color of summer?
So, kind of going off of Commissioner Tullis's question about T-shirts and the expense of T-shirts, they do cost $1,000, and they're well more than that actually, and especially for summer camp. But a couple years ago, we went back to one color because what I found over 15 years of directing the camp is it's hard to pick a color, number one, and number two, you have a lot of wasted colors at the end of summer camp. You have T-shirts that didn't go home with a kid, and what do you do with those T-shirts after that summer's over? So one way I thought would cut expenses is just to go down to one color and continue it throughout the summer.
Good idea.
Thank you very much.
All right. Tom, do you have any questions?
No, this seems cheap. I mean, can I enroll for $255? Will you take me?
We would love to have you, but there's a long list of people waiting to get in.
Elka?
I just want to clarify, I think on the first page it was $275, but it's for non-residents, and then it was $265. It is definitely $265, right?
For non-residents, $185 and $195 on the first background, unless I'm reading the wrong thing, but it's maybe perhaps you're looking at Manhattan Beach's prices, but for our proposed fee increase, it's $255 for residents, $265 for non-residents.
Yeah, I think there was a typo on the first page.
Sorry, it's $255 for resident, $275 for non-resident. $265 is the average in comparison of the two.
Oh, thank you. That was a typo then.
Okay, that's why, okay, so it
So
is
it's an average
$275.
based on resident, non-resident rates.
Oh, okay, okay. So that, yeah, I was trying to figure out why that was, and then,
Good catch.
do we still allow, I know there was some concern about having a window for Hermosa residents to sign up because it's such a popular program, so they get in before other people. And I kind of did some research, and Manhattan Beach offers a 2-week window.
Mm-hmm.
And then Redondo Beach, it was about a week. What's our current window in Hermosa?
So Hermosa residents currently get a fee reduction in comparison to non-residents. We do not offer a window of early registration. I know we've talked about it in the past. I kind of stand on my soapbox in that I think Valley Park Day Camp should be exclusive to all communities. Over the last 15 years, I've met amazing families from communities that surround Hermosa, with kids that don't often get to go to the beach, that get to take advantage of coming to Valley Park Day Camp for 2 days to the beach and 2 days in Valley Park with a field trip. That being said, we did run our numbers over the last couple years. Commissioner Tullis requested to see it. 83% of 2026 current registrants for Valley Park Day Camp are Hermosa Beach residents already. I do fear that if we are to give a window on top of that, you would create an exclusive Hermosa Beach camp. Last year, it was like 78%, 77%. So already without a window, this is a majority Hermosa Beach resident camp.
Okay, so you think if you did provide a window, it would be 100% Hermosa residents?
I would argue yes.
Okay. And then where are the field trips?
Field trips vary yearly by cost. Over the years, we've adapted, we've changed, we've evolved. We go to a lot of museums because those are free. As field trips increase in prices, on average $12 to $13 per kid to go to a movie, to go to a bounce house are now $18, $19. I think Aquarium of the Pacific is like $28 a child now. It is increasing every year, and every year I change the field trips because we can't afford them. So this year we're going to be going to Scooter's Jungle, a bounce house in El Segundo. We'll go see the Natural History Museum, the California Science Museum. We'll see a variety of different places.
And where do the, if you know, where do the other kids come from? What, are they from Redondo, Manhattan, Gardena?
I don't know specific communities, but yeah, we see a lot of Redondo Beach. And I think our own recreation coordinator, Cambria Vint, likes to point out that she is a Redondo Beach, a product of Redondo Beach kid that came to Valley Park Day Camp for years. This camp is 30, 40 years old at this point. So I don't have specific communities, but they come from all over.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Todd?
Yeah, I think the one item, this has a lot less fixed cost than the park program. The one item that's not listed here is the transportation for the excursions.
Sure.
My understanding is those costs are covered by Proposition A funds.
That is correct.
All right, great. And to clarify on the uniform point, I have no issue with $6.67 per uniform for the summer program.
Right.
$125 per person for the park. I have questions.
Yeah, I understand. I think it's when your job is to run around and walk several miles every day with kids, we're not giving them one shirt, right? And it does add up after a while. I know it seems expensive, but I promise you, we go through quite a bit of T-shirts. I call them uniforms for the after-school program and summer camp. Yeah.
Tracy?
I think this is well within what's fair and reasonable and timely. And I know you run an excellent summer camp. My nephews are too old for summer camps, but my sister hated summer because finding camps was difficult. Finding camps that stay late is difficult, and finding camps that are reasonable is difficult. So I just say thank you for providing such a great program at what I do think is a reasonable cost. I will point out there's a discrepancy in the staff report. For the non-residents, it says $275, and in the presentation, it says $265 for non-residents.
I did just notice that, so we'll get that corrected before it's advanced to City Council, but the recommendation is $255 for residents, $275 for non-residents.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I know how popular this camp is because I know amongst the parents there's the countdown of I need to be home, I need to be ready, and you've done a great job. There's nothing better than walking through Valley Park when all the kids are there. They're just having the best time. And what is it the water balloon fight that is the kids' favorite?
We have a little bit of fun on Friday. We have a dodgeball tournament, and then later that afternoon we do a water balloon games.
Games, sorry. That's sort of like basketball hoop. But it's very, very popular, and our son went through the same program, and I'm glad to see the increase. I do think that, like everything else, we should be looking at this in a couple years and taking advantage of the fact that it is popular. It is the only game in town. In Hermosa, at this point, you're looking at other camps that are so much more expensive. So it would be nice to be able to increase it. It's my understanding we talked about moving the younger kids to to South Park. Is that
That's not something we're considering at this time. We increased the numbers by 10, so instead of 60, it's 70 for this summer, and that's where we're at. We're exploring the idea of starting with activating the South Park location for holiday camps.
Okay, great. Well, if anyone has anything else to say, I'll open this up to public comment.
This is a time for members of the public to address the commission on this item only. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. If you would like, for the record, please state your name and city of residency. We will begin with members of the chamber. Starting with Alan.
Forgot to do this last name. Alan Joffre, 152 Palm Drive. I was a summer camp kid. I spent 10 weeks of every summer, and I know my parents wish we could have had more of that. I'd be shipped off to my grandparents when summer camp was not available because two working parents. My wife was the same way. They actually couldn't afford summer camp, so she spent summers at home or summers with their grandparents. So for starters, contrary to that sentiment, I do agree, again, for my principled consistency that we do need cost recovery and we need to increase the cost of these programs. Coordinator Shattuck, excuse if I'm butchering that, touched on something that I think is a little disheartening that I was hoping was going to be a broader part of what I was going to talk about today, is that making this program more accessible to more kids outside of Hermosa. Undoubtedly, this price for the majority of Hermosa families will not be shocking. This is something that, hate to admit, in Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach, we are probably of means that we can afford $250 for a summer camp. But for the exact reasons I'm saying, I was a summer camp kid. Some of my best friends, I've probably been to 7 or 8 weddings because of summer camp friends. I actually live in the South Bay because I came down to have dinner one night with a summer camp friend, one of my oldest friends actually, and I stumbled into an open house and, 3 weeks later I owned that house. These are meaningful relationships. These are important times. I think there's lots of studies, and I'm going to absolutely butcher this, that the importance of kids continuing to be active and engaged in the summertime is critical for their academic success. And I know this isn't a charity, but the opportunity to open up these programs to kids 2 miles east of here who are not of the same amount of means, I think, would be a nice opportunity. That sounds like, based on how quickly these programs fill up, that's maybe not an opportunity, but it would be nice to see the city exploring potentially expanding these programs and offering seats for kids that are less fortunate. We mentioned for the after-school program that there's some sort of financial means testing to make these programs affordable, but I think there's also a lot of great charities and businesses around Hermosa Beach that would be willing to contribute. My wife and I have discussed ourselves, even before this all came up, again, because I was a summer camp kid, starting a small charity to support children who are less fortunate coming to summer camp and being able to enjoy, even a couple weeks of camp. A lot of these kids we've been reported when I worked with the Boys and Girls Club, these kids spend their entire summers at home with no engagement, no activity. So finding a way to expand those programs, and I know the city seems largely averse. We even had this discussion tonight about these sponsorships on volleyball nets, but I think a small opportunity is a way to raise additional funds and provide these types of scholarships without being an extra burden even on charitable giving. It would be to have some of our local businesses that are children-focused, pediatric dentists, some of the active indoor playgrounds. They could sponsor summer programs, have their names included on shirts, and that could be a way that we could fund summer opportunities for kids outside of this community. And maybe not only within this exact program. I know there's lots of programs that are offered through the Parks and Recs department, or I don't know if they're directly through that or through private organizations, but supporting an opportunity to allow other kids throughout the neighboring communities to enjoy a summer opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to virtual comment. Not seeing any hands on virtual.
All right, I'll bring it back for comments or a motion. Anyone have any comments?
I'm kind of in favor of allowing the people in the city to have the first go at this and have maybe 2 or 3 days and then bring in any other people. I think that's fair. Obviously, this is a summer camp for kids who live here and the parents who live here, and they can walk to these, they can ride their bikes, e-bikes, whatever. I'm just hoping we could just give some kind of leeway to the parents so they're not competing with hundreds of people for these spots. And I respect what you're saying to have a diversified group, but at the same time, I think if I were trying to sign my kid up and other kids are coming from outside of Hermosa, I'd be like, wow, why is this happening? And could we prevent this? And I believe there was a letter a gentleman that had researched other cities, and they tend to do that as well. So I'm hoping maybe we can include some language about that, if there's any support for that.
Tom?
In general, I am just shocked that we can put on this good a program for $255 a week. I mean, Nick, as far as residents get an open window, Nick and our public speaker have persuaded me I would not want to do that, but I would be open to consider that at another point as a future agenda item. I don't think we should add it onto this. I think it complicates this, and we don't know quite yet what our new software is going to be able to do. So, I would say I would consider it, but I don't think we should do it today.
Todd?
Yeah, I'll make a motion for staff recommendation for 3150, or not 3150, sorry, the 255, 275 new fees. for summer
Tracy,
camp.
anything?
No, but I'll second Todd's motion.
I because of the comments that Nick has shared about the amount of residents that do participate, I do think that the word that comes to mind is share. I think it's really important that we understand that there are kids that are less than 5 miles away that when they come to this camp for the first time, this is the first time they've been to the beach. And it is an amazing thing to see. Mr. Giuffre, I am going to say that there is a group. Hope that we can get you to donate to it. And that would be the Culture Club. We can talk about that. You can Google that. It's an amazing program, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to have that here. But I have faith that because of the numbers that Nick has shared with us, that there is more than enough space, and that we need to be open and not exclusive. So I'm happy with the program the way it is right now. Revisit it with maybe more kids in the future. We can find a different way to run the program and share our space. I'll wait for someone to make a motion. Oh, sorry. Did you second that? I did. I'm sorry, I missed that. So, all right.
I agreed with Tom that it could be discussed at a later date, and I agree with you that
Okay.
I'm not interested in doing that tonight.
All right. So, Amari?
Voting is now open. Voting is now closed. Motion carried 5-0.
Great. Thanks for your time, Nick. Go
Thank you very
home.
much.
Be a dad.
Thank you. Have a good
Get
night.
up at 3 o'clock this morning. All right, next. I'm out of sorts here. There we go. All right, next is the Surfers Walk of Fame relocation. Brian, I understand you're in charge of this one.
I am. Thank you, Chair Elman. Commissioners, we'll go ahead and pull up the presentation. In the meantime, although one of our public comments alluded to with the limited engagement tonight with attendees, I do want to thank our 2 public members who have waited patiently tonight for this item, so thank you. All right, Brian Sousa, Senior Recreation Supervisor for the Parks and Recreation Department. On behalf of staff, requests the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission consider a recommendation to City Council to consider a potential relocation of the Surfers Walk of Fame inductees plaque location. At its March 24, 2026 meeting, staff presented to City Council a capital improvement project, CIP 623, regarding the municipal pier structure inspection and evaluation, including possible replacement of the Surfers Walk of Fame plaques as part of the CIP 623. City Council then directed staff to review the plaques relocation item with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission, including engaging stakeholder input. For background, the Surfers Walk of Fame program was founded in 2003. Since then, the annual Surfers Walk of Fame induction ceremony has incorporated installation of the honorary plaques for inductees on the pier. Currently, there are 106 individual inductees initiated in the program and 60 bronze plaques that have been installed, each measuring about 15 by 12 on the pier deck, with City Surfers Walk of Fame acknowledgements from years 2003 to 2019. In 2020, when the program was paused due to the ongoing pandemic and concerns regarding the installation method, safety effects, impacts, and potential structural impacts to the pier. On May 27th of 2025, 2026, that is there, staff met with members of the Surfers Walk of Fame community, including past inductees, committee members, to review the current status of the pier program and alternative sites for potential relocation, which is included in attachment 1 of your staff report. Surfing is a historical aspect of Hermosa Beach's heritage. To honor our strong surfing history, the city annually recognizes local legends who have a connection to the South Bay surfing with the Surfers Walk of Fame induction ceremony. The plaques currently displayed as attachment 2 in your staff report, the inductee themselves by name, the year of the induction, the category in which they were inducted, and a brief biography. Since 2020, the city has inducted additional surfing legends into the Surfers Walk of Fame program in years 2020, 2023 through 2026, with no plaques being installed in the pier deck to recognize those inductees. 6 plaques are currently missing from that list of 60 and have been temporarily replaced with concrete to prevent any tripping hazards for the public. Here's a current plaque layout, which is also included in attachment 2 of the inductees and their layout on the plaque, going east to west on the pier. CIP 623, the Municipal Pier Structural Inspection and Evaluation. Some key takeaways regarding this project that was discussed. The ongoing maintenance, including the repair and replacement of the plaques, as well as the instances of theft, have been a reoccurring challenge for the city. Plaque surfaces are deteriorating at a pretty fast rate, and many are becoming ineligible and not eligible to be seen or read. Currently, inconsistencies of the chronological order of the plaques on the pier deck exist, as well as insertions created. The insertion and installation of the plaques created damages to the deck surface. The embedded plaques on the pier concrete deck are no longer advisable by the consultant through the CIP 623. So as such, staff are recommending removal of the existing plaques and replacing them at another location so that the existing location can be properly repaired and restored to reduce further deterioration of the deck panels and minimize maintenance needs. The timeline is tentatively to conclude this work by the end of the year. Here are some photos depicting the current conditions at the Hermosa Beach Pier. As you can see in image 2, that was a plaque that was installed for the Beach Boys Cultural Legend category in 2019. And image 3 next to it is the current conditions of that plaque, so you can see the deterioration and wear and tear just in a 7-year span. And then we have photos of the pier conditions, as well as photos from the plaques that were missing. Staff has received various ideas for potential relocation sites for the Surfers Walk of Fame plaques from stakeholders, and they are summarized in various options included as attachment 3 for replacement, including the following. Option 1, which is relocating to the pier railing. This is staff's recommended immediate option currently tonight. Option number 2, the Greg Knoll statue. Option 3, relocating to Schumacher Plaza with 3 options presented. 3A includes a new monument of a lighted wall, retaining wall behind Tim Kelly's statue. 3B, floor plaques to be installed on the ground surrounding the Tim Kelly statue. And option 3C, which is inserting floor plaques on the ground at the center of the plaza. Option 4 would be creating a surfboard monument on the Strand wall. Option 5, utilizing Pier Plaza. In two options, option 5A is installing floor plaques onto the ground in Pier Plaza, moving east to west. Option 5B would be installing floor plaques on the ground, plus incorporating option 2 of the Greg Knoll statue on Pier Plaza. And option 6 for consideration tonight is relocating the program to the community center near the Dewey Weber surfing statue. So in review of option 1, the railing mounting the plaques onto the railing, which is staff's recommended option for tonight. The potential benefits would include funding is currently available to support this project and get this jump started immediately. The plaques would be, instead of utilizing bronze plaques, we would move to a new stainless steel plaque installed on the top of the wood hand railing along each side of the pier. The stainless steel is a vendor recommendation because the stainless steel is more durable in coastal environments, greater resistance to corrosion from the salt air. The plaques could be grouped to represent each induction year instead of individual plaques. This would preserve the surfer's Walk of Fame feel along the pier and provides ample space for future plaques and maintains the proximity to the ocean. And as well as the immediate resumption of the plaque installations, this option would allow us to replace any missing plaques as well as install all the years that have not been yet recognized. Notable potential challenges of this option is potential defacing and vandalism that could be utilized, and future status of the pier has yet to be determined at the City Council level. Here are some photo examples of what this option would look like. This is photo 1 is a picture of a replica of what the plaque would look like in the category year, and photo 2 is what it would look like in the pier location. As it's being proposed to start closer along the pier entrance than where it currently is residing, we would begin this program where the lifeguard tower is on the pier, moving west towards the ocean. So majority of the program plaques would be installed currently over the sand. Here's a better view of the location, the GIS map, as you can see in photo number 1, of where a majority of the plaques that are currently inserted would be relocated. Now moving on to option 2. A proposal from a stakeholder group is creating a Greg Knoll statue. Potential benefits of this is we would create a commemorative monument or a statue to recognize the surf legend and 2003 charter member Greg Knoll. Greg Knoll, if you don't know, is a very famous surfer and surfboard designer. Greg Knoll had a famous photo which is being captured all over the world to this day. That photo would be what is depicted as the statue design and is widely considered the most iconic surf image of all time. And this would likely create a popular destination location for residents and tourists into Hermosa Beach. Names would be etched into the base pedestal of the statue, or nameplates would be installed with the surfer inductee's name and year. Notable potential challenges would include concerns with this option wouldn't necessarily preserve the Walk of Fame feel. There's impacts to special event and Pier Plaza promotional space where the proposed locations would consist of, as well as potential Coastal Commission review and approval required. And lastly, potential challenge is funding, as a majority of this project would likely require private funding. Here is a photo depicting the famous photo, and photo number 1 of Greg Knoll mentioned, and photo number 2 is the GIS map location. You can see the yellow circle of where this statue is proposed to be located at the far end, west end of the Pier Plaza, where this meets the Strand. Another option, not illustrated in option 2, is if, other than the west end of the Strand, is that this statue could be located in front of Laredo Plaza as well. Option 3 would be to consider Schumacher Plaza for a relocation site. Schumacher Plaza comes with 3 options. Option 3A is, as we mentioned, new monument lighted wall or retaining wall behind Tim Kelly statue. Option 3B, which is the floor plaques on the ground surrounding the Tim Kelly statue. And option 3C, installing floor plaques on the ground in the center of the plaza. Potential benefits of this option include available and adequate space on the ground in Schumacher Plaza. This would increase foot traffic to Hermosa Beach in the downtown location. And this has the option of incorporating a digital tour utilizing a central plaque of the Pier Plaza wall. Notable potential challenges would include impacts to the lifeguard program and the Tim Kelly statue, which is dedicated in remembrance of the LA County Lifeguard Program. Impacts to the city seal or directional compass, which is currently residing on the ground at the Schumacher Plaza. And potential Coastal Commission review and approval of the option 3A, which would be the wall. All 3 options, 3A, 3B, 3C, would likely require significant private funding to accomplish this. Here is some sample photos for you to consider. The first photo was provided by Phil Roberts, who does our custom artwork for Surfers Walk of Fame inductees every year. This is a concept design of what a retaining wall idea would look like behind Tim Kelly statue. And then the second photo is another example of a wall if we utilize surfboards as the monuments and placing each individual inductee on the surfboards. This is option 3B, what it would look like, inserting plaques surrounding the surface around Tim Kelly statue. And this is location 3C, utilizing the central of the plaza of Schumacher Plaza. You can see in the photo the first photo here, a red rectangular box. That is identifying the space on the Schumacher Plaza wall, which we could put a main plaque acknowledging the Surfers Walk of Fame program and utilizing a QR code that will allow visitors to access a digital web page to utilize a walking tour of the Surfers Walk of Fame program. And that digital tour proposal would include biographies of each inductee, their names, as well as real-life photos so members of the public and visitors can see the inductees and who they were and just not a name on a wall. And then the photo 2 is a bronze plaque sample of what a plaque on the ground could look like as well, acknowledging the inductees by the year and not by individual. Option 4, surfboard monument on the Strand wall. Potential benefits of this would include a commemorative monument, location acknowledging the surfboards, which is included in the surf industry and culture. This is available in adequate space as we have a lot of Strand wall in Hermosa Beach. This doesn't impact programming space. Option as well for this would include that digital tour concept we just spoke on. Notable potential challenges. There's concerns with obstructing the free movement and gathering on the pedestrian walkway, which is in the municipal code mentioned here. Concerns of this option wouldn't necessarily preserve the Walk of Fame feel unless we utilize a digital tour component. There is potential for Coastal Commission review and approval, and as the other ideas mentioned, this would require significant private funding. Here's a sample concept design of what this could look like. As you see from this city, they incorporated on their Strand similar surfboard monuments. Option 5 would be incorporating Pier Plaza as a relocation. That includes 2 options, 5A, which is floor plaques on the ground, leading into the center of the plaza, east and west on both sides, or one side, and option 5B, which combines option 2, designating a Greg Knoll memorial statue, plus inserting plaques on the ground leading to the statue. Potential benefits of this includes available and adequate space on the ground in Pier Plaza. This wouldn't likely increase foot traffic to downtown businesses and support downtown businesses as well. Notable potential challenges include impacts to special event and Pier Plaza promotional space, potential coastal commission review and approval, as well as would require significant private funding. Here are some sample photos for you. As you can see in the first photo, this is a plaque from the Jazz plaque program that's currently stationed at the Pier Plaza, as well as there's a photo of Pier Plaza where the starting line would be going out towards the ocean in the Strand. And this is a GIS map of the location. We're considering the brick layout going east to west on the right side of the plaza. That is the yellow box you see there. And then the two red circles are the two proposed locations for the Greg Knoll Memorial Statue, either on the west end of the plaza near the Strand or in front of Laredo Plaza. And lastly, option 6 for consideration tonight is the community center. The potential benefits would include a commemorative plaque next to the Dewey Weber statue and the Greg Knoll Memorial Bench that are up there. This would complement the surfers' dedicated area in that location, as well as no impact to programming space. Notable challenges include takeaways. It takes away the program away from the surf beach area and the beach vibe of surf culture in Hermosa Beach. We do have concerns that this option wouldn't necessarily preserve the Walk of Fame feel, which was the original design of the program. This likely could have limited visibility and as well as limited community buy-in since it's farther away from the ocean. This option would likely require significant private funding. Here's photos depicting the location. We are considering the exterior wall behind the statue there of the community center, which is the exterior wall of the community theater. And then the concept design would be similar to what the museum currently has as well for their Men and Women of the Year plaque. We would go in chronological order, listing the names and the year of the inductees. So the recommendation for the commission to consider tonight, for City Council's consideration, staff requests the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission consider a recommendation to City Council to consider a potential relocation of the Surfers Walk of Fame inductee plaques. Staff recommends replacing the Surfers Walk of Fame plaques as part of the CIP 623 onto the pier railing and consider one of the other options presented tonight as a future long-term placement, as the future of the pier is yet to be determined. Project funding for option 1 through CIP 623 is currently available, as mentioned, and providing an immediate solution for the city to acknowledge the Surfers Walk of Fame program and to continue to recognize all current inductees and eliminates any further structural damage to the pier. During the March 27th meeting, I would like to note that the Surfer Walk of Fame stakeholder group unanimously disagreed with this option of moving forward with the pier railing. During the March 27th meeting, the Surfers Walk of Fame stakeholder group instead unanimously requested City Council to consider approval of option 2 as their preferred option, which is the Greg Knoll Memorial Statue, or consider option 3C as their secondary option, which is the Schumacher Plaza floor plaque installation. Furthermore, although not full consensus was received from the group, at least half of the members of the group also recommended the Commission and City Council to consider another option, which is option B, as a primary option. It is likely that any option considered by the Commission and City Council may require significant, if not all, private funding to complete the project, which could take an extended amount of time to complete. For comparison, the South Bay Board Riders Club recently did a project with Manhattan Beach for a dedication statue over there, which took up to 7 years to accomplish and somewhere in the ballpark of $300,000 to $400,000. Additionally, the city's municipal naming, monument, and sponsor program could likely apply to options 2 through 6. The Surfers Walk of Fame stakeholders have verbally agreed to support financial responsibility for associated costs and would support with obtaining sponsorship dollars and fundraising efforts. Under any option tonight for consideration, the plaques currently embedded in the pier deck will be removed regardless. I do want to make that clear for its consideration. The plaques on the deck have to be removed regardless of our decision tonight. The city would offer these plaques to the inductees or their families if they're no longer with us, and any plaques not claimed would be offered to the Hermosa Beach Museum for preservation in historical context. Staff would present the commission's recommendation to City Council at its June 23, 2026 meeting. If City Council approves a location to be considered, staff would then begin working with the stakeholder group on conceptual design plans, estimated capital cost, budgeting, and fundraising goals. It would also include ongoing maintenance costs, including equipment repairs, ongoing cleaning and upkeeping, as well as staff oversight on this project. Lastly, staff would investigate a concept idea of incorporating a virtual component in the Surfers Walk of Fame program to modernize our program to today's standards and the growing demand of technology. That ends our verbal report tonight.
All right, well, we'll open this up to questions here. Elka, do you want to start?
Sure. Okay, so I guess I know from being down at the pier, if you move the plaques to the railing, sometimes people touch those and, lean against them. Does the stainless steel plaque, does that absorb a lot of heat? I just, I'm thinking if people just want to put their elbow up or relax and look at the ocean, are they going to burn themselves?
That is a great question. I don't have an answer to that information, or to that question, I should say, but that is something that staff can look into.
Okay, and most of these require funding except for the pier plaque.
Correct.
railing.
Only option one has city allocated funding available through that CIP. All the options 2 through 6 have currently no funding allocated to support those options.
Okay, and then you had a drawing for the I think it was 3B around the statue, the Tim Kelly statue, but it had like red lines going up. Does that mean the plaques would be upright, or is that where they're going to be in the ground?
Sorry, those were arrows pointing downwards, just
got
kind of
it.
identifying from a person's point of view looking down towards where the plaques would be located.
Okay, and then the Greg Knoll statue, I'm looking at some of these pictures that you have here, and they're in areas where it's open land. I mean, this looks like Santa Cruz or somewhere up north, where it isn't really a commercial area and it isn't very cluttered. A concern for me is that we have so much clutter that people won't even notice it's there if it's in front of the Loretto Plaza or just south, any kind of statue just south of Vista there as well. I mean, I guess I'm kind of concerned about obstructing any view to the ocean. That would be my concern. Like these surfboards as well. And I had checked earlier about the lighting, where that would come from. I know that's not a big concern for that wall, but that's another obstruction. So I think some of the plans where it would be kind of seamless into the existing environment are good ideas.
And I will say, I'm sorry, I didn't mention this. I can pass along these stainless steel plaques for option one, which we have as a sample, if you like, and we'll bring it down to the public to see as well during public comment.
Yeah, these aren't light. They're got a little bit of weight to them.
Cool for me to ask questions while we handle the plaques?
I was going to give it to Tom,
Oh, okay.
just to keep it moving.
Yeah, can you clarify what your recommendation is on option one? Is it that we put them on the pier railing and that we also propose one of these other options so that if we were to keep the pier, which presumably somehow we're going to do, we would end up with 2 spaces?
So the option of and, when we said consider the pier railings and one of the other conceptual design, is there, with the stakeholder groups and the ongoing discussions that we've had with the inductees and the Surfers Walk of Fame community, the committee, and our judges, is that they would like to have a more grand scale, more showcase for the program. They feel like the plaques on the rail is insufficient for the nature of the program and the historical significance that a Surfers Walk of Fame should include. So putting them on the railing gives us an immediate solution to start acknowledging the inductees that have not been included on the pier deck, while also preserving the Surfers Walk of Fame program for all the significant events that are coming to LA. The plaques on the pier deck are going to be removed, as I mentioned, regardless, meaning there is going to be no Surfers Walk of Fame by the end of 2026. The railing gives us a way to acknowledge the Surfers Walk of Fame program until we can plan a larger scale permanent home for it. We have the FIFA World Cup that is coming in a month that is highlighted on the FIFA LA Discover page. We have 2 pages on there highlighting the Surfers Walk of Fame program. People are traveling all over the world to come to LA for this event, and they're going to visit Hermosa Beach to see the Surfers Walk of Fame program. We need to preserve that. We also have the Olympics coming in 2028, which is going to draw huge crowds. We have the LA Galaxy event for FIFA that are going to bring in local crowds. We have the Olympics. We're in active discussions with those committees, planning significant events to bring tourism into Hermosa Beach. Any option from option 2 to option 6 will likely require significant years to accomplish. That's the reality. Going through the permitting process, the fundraising process, etc. If we do not move forward with an options, as option 1 alludes, we will not have a Surfers Walk of Fame program to show off.
Okay, I totally understand all
So
that.
our recommendation is we would like the pier to be the immediate solution, but not the long-term solution. As long as the community can come together and fully fundraise options 2 through 6.
Is staff's recommendation that we pick from 2 through 6 in addition to option 1? Is staff saying we need both of these walks of fame?
If options 2 through 6 come into fruition, one of those options, the pier railing would be dissolved and we would move to the permanent location.
Okay. The Walk of Fame stakeholders, who exactly are we talking about?
The stakeholder group consists of all the inductees, our committee members, and our judges.
All right, and can you tell me why they do not want the railing as a short-term solution?
In full transparency, what was shared at our stakeholder meeting was they believe that if we move forward with the railing option, that the city would not be inclined to entertain options 2 through 6 as a long-term solution. They feel that council or city management might say, well, here you go, and this is it. They also believe that the pier railing does not capture the significance of the program enough.
If I may, I did a little research on the type of stainless steel that we're recommending for the plaques on the rail, which is marine grade 316 stainless steel. It can definitely get warm in direct sunlight for a prolonged period of time, but there are ways to coat it to address that. There's different means and ways to keep them cooler, so that
Elka,
it
did
wouldn't
you
be
have a-
hot to touch in a dangerous manner.
And to further elaborate on that, we are also considering a coating to help with any graffiti removal. So if for some reason there was experienced vandalism, there is protective coating that you can put that's similar to public art that makes it easier to remove it.
Elka, did you have a question?
No, I was just going to say, I don't know if these people involved in the committee had changed their minds, but I spoke with Mike Purpose this morning, and he was one of the original inductees in 2003, and he's totally fine with putting it on the railing. He thinks It's better to be closer to the ocean and the surfers below. But he said he wouldn't be opposed to putting it on the pier, the plaza. And Dennis Jarvis is for the plaza as well, to kind of do a similar thing to the jazz legends on the plaza. And I'm just kind of wondering, why is that so expensive? Would we just have to dig up? I mean, it's already there, right?
Yeah, we don't have cost estimates for the Pier Plaza or Schumacher Plaza plaques in the ground as of right now. That cost estimate that we provided was for what Manhattan Beach did for their statue. So that would be in reference to like the Greg Knoll statue proposal. We don't have a proposed budget of what it would cost at this time. Capital costs aren't included at this phase of the project. It's just site location. And regarding Mike Purpose, who is a legend, he is by far probably one of the biggest legends in this come out of the South Bay. He was not available for our stakeholder meetings, so he was not able at that time to provide us that input.
I can share one cost comparison to the Pier Plaza option and the railing. The stainless steel plaques that we're recommending for the railing, those are about $205 each. The bronze plaques that are currently in the pier, which would be similar to what would have to be installed in Pier Plaza, are $1,900 each. So that is something that we do have on hand. Everything else, like Brian said, we wouldn't have construction cost or maintenance cost. Yeah, labor.
Could we install those ones we just handed around on the Pier Plaza? Or is that
No,
not?
those
No.
cannot be installed into the ground.
Okay, they're only for the railing.
Right.
Okay.
Tracy?
You answered one of my questions regarding the vandalism. Are these plaques created by Public Works in their in-house, or are they outside?
They are outsourced.
Okay, they're outsourced. So if there was a problem with one of the plaques, someone reported it on Go Hermosa, what would the turnaround time be to potentially mitigate the vandalism or graffiti or damage to the plaque?
It's about 1 to 2 weeks for the plaques to arrive, the stainless steel plaques.
But as far as maintenance, it all depends on the Public Works availability, their workflow. They're usually pretty proactive, but that's all situational and circumstantial.
Certainly a lot quicker than installing the plaques into the ground, that's
Right.
for sure, yeah.
One of the options had like a wall by Schumacher Plaza that had the QR code. Could that also be incorporated into the idea of the plaques on the railing so that there would be still that virtual element to it to then provide more information and also sort of provide a lead-in so that people know that the plaques are there? Could both of those somehow be joined together?
Yeah, it's a great idea. It's something that Director Nichols and I have been talking about for a year or so, about having a Segway plaque that speaks on the history and the program itself leading into the pier. That is absolutely an option that we would consider as a city. The only thing is it's likely that that would not be covered in the CIP funding, so we would have to get city management or, depending on the cost, city council approval to allocate those funds for that plaque. But yes, we are intrigued and interested in that idea.
Because then it could sort of incorporate both. There's been a lot of conversation, and we just had one about our budget and the funding. And so options 2 through 6, all of that funding would be privately done.
Likely, yes, unless city council elects to allocate upcoming capital improvement budget for it. But as we know, in the CIP study session last Thursday, if you were able to attend, we have a pretty robust and full schedule already of capital improvement projects. Where this would fall on the priority list would be up to city council, which could further delay that project. Private funding is the most logical and appropriate measure to accomplish this in a timely manner.
That's all my questions. I'll save comments for later.
And I will say the virtual idea is something that we've created internally, Lisa and I, Director Nichols and I, because we feel like it will make us a unique program. You have Surfers Walk of Fame programs in cities like Huntington Beach and other cities. We need to be unique in Hermosa Beach and set a precedence and set us apart. That could be one way of doing so.
I agree.
Todd?
Okay, so option one, just I'd like to ask, has somebody qualified from Public Works confirmed that these plaques can be affixed to the railing without damaging the railing or without causing undue damage to the pier?
Yes, it has.
Okay.
Can I add to that? I talked to Joe San Clemente today, and he said that they're low cost, they're replaced easily, they look nice, there's no structural impact, and he echoed what Brian said, that the plaques on the pier deck will absolutely be removed.
Oh, I know that. I don't want a repeat of us making a mistake and damaging, I mean, that railing, it is cracked in places, the wooden railing, so I don't know if that wood gets replaced separately from this, but certainly it'd be tough to screw into it if you're trying to fix a plaque onto it. But
I believe it was recently replaced during the renovation and assessment.
I was out there today. There's a nice crack in some of the north side railing. So anyway, I'll file Go Hermosa for that. Regarding Schumacher Plaza, there's a giant wall, arched wall above the concrete bench that says Schumacher Plaza that has lights already and has just some plants in it right now. Was that wall considered at all as a location to put Walk of Fame information?
It was not considered.
Okay. And the jazz plaque program, is that only on the south side of the pier, or is that on the south and north side of Pier Plaza?
Yes, if you're looking west, it's on the south end.
Only the
To your
south side
left.
has the north side is the part that you highlighted in yellow for that option.
Correct.
5, that's empty right now. Okay. That's it.
Okay. Questions are, how many names are missing right now, just to be sure?
6, total of 6 plaques.
And when did we redo those railings? Has it been the last couple years? Do we just refinish them, or did we actually put in new railings?
Yeah, whenever the renovation project started, which has been ongoing for the last 2 years, so sometime in the last 2 years.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
And you did point out, and we did hear this at our crossover meeting, that Joe San Clemente is just booked for the next 2 years, begging us to leave him alone for 2 years. I mean, I'm not making that up.
Yes, Public Works has a very full plate for the next 2 years with CIPs.
But they have said that this program of putting the plaques on the railings, they can
It's
schedule
absorbed.
that up.
Yep, it's absorbed within a current active CIP.
Okay.
And worth mentioning that the CIP list doesn't include the dog park, which was recently approved to move forward with a comprehensive study, which Public Works will have a significant oversight on.
Okay. Did the city pay for the previous plaques that are on the pier?
A majority of them. The program originally started by a community member it was all donation based. So that community member solicited donations to be able to pay for the earlier plaques. But when the city took it over, we began paying for the plaques once the donation account ran out.
All right.
And we weren't able to acquire any more donations as a city.
And did you, in these meetings that you had, did the group give you an idea of how they were going to raise the money? We know that the dog park people apparently have, I guess, as close to a guarantee that they had someone to match their funds. Has anyone in that group discussed that they've done this in the past, where their time and effort is in raising, we know, easily $25,000 or more?
Yeah, although there's no express limitations to where the funding could come from, they express individual giving, so fundraising efforts to residents to support the program, as well as corporate and commercial funding, looking at sponsorships that are connected to the surf industry. as well as if there's any potential grants. They've noted that the South Bay Board Riders Club could potentially support this fundraising effort and potentially look at utilizing nonprofit status for grant funding. Those are just some of the ideas that were expressed. There is examples of fundraising efforts. In the past, the Dewey Weber statue was significantly fundraised to support that project by the stakeholders that are involved in this discussion.
And my last question is, did there seem to be a consensus that if we don't put these plaques on the railing, that there would be nothing for years? But,
Yes, that is correct.
okay. Anyone else?
I just have a follow-up. So the bronze plaques on the pier, the ones that are corroded and damaged, but if you put them on other locations, whether it's Schumacher Plaza or Pier Plaza, you can use those bronze plaques there, correct? I mean, are they going to get, they're not going to get damaged?
Yeah, a lot of the plaques on the pier are not cohesive. So over the years, we use different vendors, different materials. Some include bios and the individual's like logo. Some don't include bios and just their names. We would not reuse any of the plaques on the pier. That is not recommended by staff. We would create a whole new program with uniformity.
Okay, so those are all being scrapped, basically. if
They
you
will be
go.
donated back to the inductees and their families.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure, Tom.
Just following up on what Barbara asked, do we know for sure that options 2 through 6 will require Coastal Commission approval?
No, it's the projects, the proposals with the items in the ground. If we just went with the project proposals that only would include plaques being inserted in the ground in Schumacher Plaza or plaques being inserted in the ground in Pier Plaza promotion, there's a likelihood that those would not require Coastal Commission review. The retaining walls, the statues, or the other monuments that, as I think Commissioner Warner mentioned, would potentially obstruct view and view access of the ocean would likely be the ones require their review.
All right, I had one more question, but I can't remember what it was. So I'll open this up for public comment, and hopefully my memory will come back. Amari?
This is a time for members of the public to address the commission on this item only. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. If you would like for the record, please state your name and city of residency. We will begin with members in the chamber. We'll start with Alan.
My name is John Joseph. I've been a South Bay resident for over 70 years. 5 years ago, I relocated to the desert area, to Palm Springs, and so I probably don't have much standing in this committee today, but I do have, I've been on the panel, and I was involved with the original ideas of it and formation of it with Roger Bacon back in 2003, and I was inducted in 2004. And there was a meeting last week, as Brian indicated, and I was unable to attend because my goddaughter was getting married, and the rehearsal dinner was the same night, and that was in Morro Bay. So there's no way I could do both, and obviously family comes first. I have never seen the proposal that he just put on the screen, and I don't know, has the members on the panel, there's a 6-man committee that works with the city involved with this. And have they, Mike Purpose, by the way, is on that committee. Brian, have the guys seen that yet? What you did today?
He can't respond to you until after public comment is through. So if you have questions, please
okay,
feel free
all right,
to
yeah.
ask.
I don't know if they've seen it or not, for them to get a better idea of what is entailed into it. I can comment on it. There's a lot of things to comment on that I hadn't even considered saying what he did. They did a terrific job. Number one, until the Dewey Weber location as a relocation area, the plaques on the pier were at the bottom of the list for almost everybody I've talked to. The Dewey Weber off the pier side and the plaza side would go below that. That is just, would not be a no-starter, but it would be not very well received, and it'd probably be the least likely to be seen anywhere in the city because of the access to get to that area with parking and whatnot. So so a couple comments on what just transpired today, and then we'll see where it goes from there. Number two is that it's really dependent, everything's dependent on this right here. Is the pier going to be rebuilt or just repaired? And that has not been decided, correct?
Correct.
Okay, then we're pretty much, it's a moot point to even discuss it. I'm 81 years old. I was here when I was 12 and 13 years old, 14 years old, when they redid the pier where it stands now. And trust me, you won't be able to do anything else out here for a couple of years. And the city's entire efforts were appeasing pissed off locals, and the impact it had on transportation and movement through the city because of the trucks coming in, the parking. And if you look at the city today and the quiet community that I grew up in, Hermosa, they're not the same today, obviously. And that's either good or bad depending on your situation. So I'll leave it right there. Also, I really think that the time frame is whatever we do, if it's not done now, probably it's going to get put on the back burner till after the Olympics, so there'll be nothing there. But I was opposed to it, to the reigning ones from the day one, until it was explained to me that that was pretty much the only viable option, and I agree with that. That is, there's not much more we can do with it in the time frame we have without the money to do it immediately. So even though I'm not endorsing it, I agree it's the most viable option. But there's a lot to consider. The Greg Knoll statue by far is the best option because he is, if you surf, you know Dewey Weber, Greg Knoll, and most people know Mike Purvis if you've been around him. So anyway, that's my input. I had a little bit more to say, but now what I saw what Brian did, and Lisa, there's a lot more to consider now. So I'll pass and give it, and I appreciate the opportunity for allowing me to be here because I don't vote anymore. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph.
Just kudos to these two. They've done I've been at since the start, and they do a terrific job, and I really appreciate what they do.
Thank you.
And thank you for your time.
Next, we have Alan.
Alan Joffre, 152 Palm Drive. First, I would like to stand in absolute support of the ultimate form this eventually takes. I think absolute deference should be given to the committee. This is supposed to be a monument to these individuals and these families, and I think it should take the form that their family desires it to be in. That said, and I've hung around for a long time tonight, hanging on a single word in this staff report that I think is important that we address, and this is where it says that we may require private funding. The unfortunate truth is this city is broke, and we have had other groups in this city demonstrate that private funding is the way that private organizations with their private interests now need to get projects done within this city. And so unfortunately, I think the truth needs to be that this shall require public funding if we go anything beyond these plaques. I appreciate that we already have budget allocation. I did the rough math. It doesn't seem like an overwhelming amount of money to get these installed, but when we're talking $300,000-$400,000 for a statue, I think unfortunately the reality is this group with their private interest needs to raise their own funds to build their own statue. This should not be something that is paid for by the city. And in addition to that, there should be some commitment similar to the dog park that they're going to upkeep their own statue. This should not become another burden on the city. We've just spoken tonight about how the cost of childcare, and I supported it, that there should be cost recovery and this should not be a burden on the city's budget. Similarly, a group's private interests here should not be a future burden on this city's budget. I'm going to spend my last minute here commending this council. Again, I've been to a lot of different commissions, and I have found the way that you address each other, the way that you consider issues on your agenda and the questions that you ask to be far more impressive and intelligent and well thought than one of our other named committees. I also must apologize to you. The reality is, much as there's been thoughtful consideration given tonight and will likely be a recommendation that comes out of this council, the truth is the city council is likely going to ignore you, and Dean Francois and Rob Saman are just going to come up with their own idea about how this is to be done. I think that's incredibly disappointing on a city level, because it is often the case that the city council punts things because they want other commissions to make decisions.
I think we should stick to the comments about the plaque.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Yanni, welcome.
Yanni Lang. Welcome to the last 13 years of my life. Lisa can attest to that. And I want to spend this time thanking staff, past commission, past council, the past 4 city managers, and Roger Bacon and John Joseph for getting us here tonight. The Surfers Walk of Fame has been around for going on 25 years. Lisa and myself, we participated in this evening where we came here, or where we got here 13 years. It took us 13 years to get here. Tons of great ideas. I want to thank everybody involved. I have a unique perspective when it comes to this space and how to celebrate this commemorative recognition. I spent 3 years, well, not only growing up in downtown Hermosa as a surfer and a skater, but I spent 3 years managing Pier Surf, 12 years managing Spider. So I have a really clear vision of the activities during the day. For over 2 decades, I worked at Waterman's, Sangria, Patrick Malloy's doing late night events. So I've seen that ecosystem in the evening and seeing the ebb and flow of guests, tourists, customers utilize that space. Also, as a commissioner, working with many people here, we've brought a lot of events to town. So we've seen how that space gets used in high profile events such as the car show, Fiesta, and Surfers Walk of Fame weekend. So also, finally, everybody keeps referencing Huntington Beach. I'm there once every 2 weeks working with Jax and HSS, so I'm intimately familiar with their Walk of Fame. And something that we've talked about extensively within the surf community is how do we do this in a unique capacity? There's a word in the surfing community, it's called poser. So you don't want to be inauthentic, you don't want to copy somebody else, and Huntington Beach has done such a great job establishing one of the most recognizable walks of fame. Let's give it to them. This is our job, this is our task to do something unique, something creative for our native sons and daughters, and how to put them on a global pedestal and capture all the attention that we get regardless of the Olympics and the World Cup. With the last minute, I want to recognize that the Greg Knoll idea is fantastic, but I fear that it's unrealistic. If it took us 13 years to get here, it took the Dewey Weber statue 10 years to get built, plus over $250,000. And we are running up against a long list of CIPs, Clark Field being another one that's way ahead of us, and it took them 3 years to get where they're at today. I really love the idea. I'll be honest, the railing wasn't my first choice, but it is a means to an end. It gets our inductees recognized immediately, because those plaques are going away. We're gonna have nothing in 6 months, and that's a tragedy. That's over 25 years of people's dreams and hard work just disappearing because an unrealistic idea was kicked around, and it is achievable because the board riders helped it. The board riders have done it before with the Catalina Classic. Leadership Hermosa did it with the Dewey Weber statue. We can do that. It's a great idea. But right now, the railing is the most viable one to celebrate everybody that has been and hasn't been recognized yet. And I'm a big fan of anything on the Schumacher Plaza, provided we do it in a financially mindful manner. I'm adamantly against anything on the plaza without the Greg Knoll statue, because if you look at the jazz plaques, first of all, I'll ask you how many even knew that the jazz plaques were there? Answer's probably no, and look at those conditions, and they get stepped on. That's it. Thank you, guys. Well, Elka, Todd, welcome to the Surfers Walk of Fame project. We're stoked to have you there.
Thank you, Yanni. Amari, anyone online?
Seeing no hands raised.
All right, I'll bring it back. So, Tracy, you want to start us off?
Sure. I I respect and I appreciate the point of view of the stakeholder group and how they feel. It's them who we are honoring, and their feelings should be taken into account. And I also feel like we want to honor them. And I think the railing option is the best option right now, and it shouldn't preclude moving forward with another option down the road if they so choose. I do also believe that it's going to be privately funded, but it's going to take years. I can go into the minutia of the location of a potential statue. I think, right there in the center is difficult. We put stages there. We have public events there. It just doesn't make sense to me. Maybe by Laredo Plaza makes more sense. But I think doing something to honor them in the short term, in the right now, is imperative. And I don't want to miss the opportunity to have all these eyes on it. I would love the virtual option to go along with it, to drive people out there. The pier isn't going anywhere for the next number of years. There's repairs being done to it this year into 2027. There'll be a second round of repairs in 2030. When I spoke to Joe, we talked about that today. So those plaques can last until a statue is funded or another option is created. If the railing on the pier is going to be replaced, maybe you relocate those plaques to the Strand Wall, and you put them on the Strand Wall going north and south down the Strand Wall as another interim, but still honoring these inductees and their life's work. And it's important. And I understand that that's not their first choice, but I think if I'm hearing correctly, it's not their first choice because they don't want it to be the last choice. But I am in favor of doing the plaques on the railings now.
Todd.
So I think, Hermosa's surf history and legends are a really important part of this city. And I think it's sad that the recent inductees have nowhere to celebrate and see their names posted and haven't for 6 years. So I do likewise believe there could be a better, more elaborate solution in the future. But I am certainly in favor of the railing mounted option for now because of speed, because of cost, because it will provide a place for these people to be recognized. And to me, the important things about this these plaques or this Walk of Fame really is the person's name, the category, the year, and the ability to learn more. So however we handle that, as long as those things are available for the public and for the inductees and their families to come and see them and celebrate them in an expedient way, that's what I'm here for.
Elka?
Growing up here, hearing some of these surf legends, they were idols to all of us. And if someone had said back when I was little, I'd be calling up Mike Purpose to ask about, these plaques, they probably wouldn't believe it. So I think we really have a unique thing in Hermosa Beach in that we have so many of these incredible surfers, incredible athletes, and we need to recognize them. The plaques for now is one way to do that, but I think your group should consider different options. I too, like Todd, thought about the Schumacher wall there. It's completely empty. There's just a bench there that's kind of a cement bench, and that would really, could use something there. And I would like to see people's pictures up there. There are photos from the 70s of these guys with their long blonde hair, and that would make it more, interesting visually than just a name on a plaque and 3 different names. And I know the Easy Reader does that magazine every year when you do the Walk of Fame, and I look at the people, I'm like, oh, okay, there's a woman, oh, there's so-and-so, and that might be a really cool feature to consider, and maybe it wouldn't be that expensive, and it kind of humanizes it. But I think you guys have a lot of options. Unfortunately, it would probably take funding from you, so that's something to consider. But thank you for all the work you've done already, and the ceremony you do yearly is pretty cool. I told a bunch of people from out of town to go down there and watch it, so it's an event.
Tom?
Yeah, I get the group's concern that if we are to approve option one, that will be the decision, because by the time we get around to doing anything else, we won't. But I think option one is required, it's necessary. Otherwise, we're not going to have anything for years. But I also think the commission should make a very strong recommendation on what the long-term solution is tonight, so that it doesn't drop through the cracks. Now, council may disagree with that decision, but I think pairing them is important, because it'll say we're going to only do this until we can do the second step. So I would like to approve option one. It just makes sense. And personally, and this is an aesthetic thing, the group's second choice I agree with, which is option 3C. That does not include a statue. I think it's busy down there. I think a statue down there is going to be problematic. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you. First of all, Mr. Joseph, it is a treat to finally meet you after all these years. We've lived here for 40 years, and it's an honor. So thank you. And to Yanni, and I will say Lisa, won't leave you out completely, Brian, but it's been years for me to become a fan of what's happened. I'm terrified of the ocean. You will never see me on a surfboard, but I'd love to celebrate it, and that ceremony is one of my favorite treats to just watch. I have nothing to do with it, to just enjoy and hear the stories. So thank you very much for all you've done. I agree with everyone up here that one, if we don't do something, we're going to do nothing for years. And that's why I'm so confused about this meeting that you guys had. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me that the consensus was basically nothing for easily 5 to 10 years. And I'm very confused by that. So I'm not going to go over other options that aren't here just because there's a way to do that in the correct way for me. But I would say that, yes, I do think we should move ahead with putting the names on the pier with the intention of moving forward. But that challenge is on the group to find the financing, figure it out, and come back, just like other groups have done. Again, Little League, Dog Park as an example. So, yes. So does someone want to make a motion? Oh,
I can.
I'm
yeah,
not sure.
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Tom, you wanted to add a sentence in there of some sort, correct? Of direction?
My personal preference is that we do the short term. We recommend a short term and a long term. You know, funding for the long term, that's not before us right now. We know it's going to have to come from somewhere. But I don't want to move forward without doing the long term. It'll just get lost. So yes, I would like 3C. It was 1, which is on the railing. 3C is around the city seal on Schumacher Plaza.
Ooh, I don't like that.
That's what I would like to do. I don't want to separate them.
Can I make a motion?
Oh, absolutely. I'll add later my thoughts on that. But
Yeah,
my thoughts.
so my motion is to recommend to City Council that we immediately relocate Surfers Walk of Fame inductee plaques to the railing on the pier over the sand. So I don't know if that's specifically prior to the gate or not, but ideally, I think. And then we also designate Schumacher Plaza as the intended long-term location for a more, I don't know, right word, elaborate, more appropriate monument to the inductees. And so Schumacher Plaza, whether it's the wall, whether it's the floor, that's the split, that's the spot.
So to clarify, that motion would be to support option 1 and option 3, because option 3 includes 3A, B, and C.
Yeah, and even D, the giant wall that's empty and already lighted that I keep talking about.
Is there a second?
I'm going to make a comment on it. I think we have to choose. You know, I go through this a lot at these meetings. I think we need to make a choice and a recommendation, and that's not four things. But, you know, I think we all agree Schumacher. I think we should identify what we are recommending.
Can we look at the picture of Schumacher Plaza? It's very busy. You've got the seal, and then you've got the big star.
The compass points around the seal.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the theory with C is there's a bunch of red bricks that form a giant circle, about 133 square feet of bricks around the city seal, and that might be a place.
Putting them on the bricks,
Replacing the bricks with plaques, essentially.
pulling one out.
More than one, because the bricks are small 3-by-3-inch squares.
Okay.
But I think the wall is a much better solution because, well, let's hold on. Again, not part of the stakeholder group. Haven't talked to the stakeholder group, but to make Hermosa a destination, something unique, Huntington already has plaques in the ground. If we have a wall that's lighted at night that people can come and see all this information, it's right there at eye level. You know, it's a little bit higher, but it's right there for everybody to see. I don't know. I just think that would stand out and be more unique.
My issue for that is that it is a finite area that could fill up quite quickly. We haven't really measured that out. So to put that on a list of something that we want to do when we haven't measured it to figure out what the plaques would look like, it would be unfortunate to take something like that and deal with it and then find out in 5 years that we've filled it up.
Yeah, they have 106 total inductees so far and more in the pipeline.
There's
They
5
have,
every year. So I'm
right.
just saying that we're making a plan without really researching it enough. And also, it's a pretty finite area.
There's a lot of unknowns. That makes it hard. I think the area around the Tim Kelly statue should generally be off limits. I'm not in favor of that area. I think that's its own iconic thing. But something near Tim Kelly would be great.
We could potentially use the Strand Wall as well if there's spillover, but that wall is a large space that could be used in addition to the ground, I think. And then there's a little area before the pier starts as well. There's kind of like a sidewalk type thing too.
It's getting pretty messy down there. From what I see with the sun and I'm concerned that we haven't really researched adding something that no one thought about at this point in time.
Well, I did ask about the star, and if we put, and I believe your answer was if we did put the plaques there, the star would kind of be removed. It would degrade that whole.
The compass points.
Yeah, the compass points
And
there.
And that's why I favor just saying Schumacher Plaza. Like, I
Okay.
believe that's a
So that
clear
that's
direction.
the goal is an area, not a specific area, but
That's my
okay.
it's my belief. I know Commissioner Maroney doesn't
Okay.
agree with that, but
And we could always kick it back to the group to see what they envision for Schumacher. I mean, maybe they have something else, or they make smaller plaques, or I don't know, what they think, but we can kind of give them that canvas at least now to work with.
But right now, we know we have enough money to do one thing, and then potentially whatever we, the subcommittee and this working group decide to do at Schumacher Plaza, but we've given you an area. Is that enough direction?
Yeah, that would be your recommendation to City Council.
And I would just say that the group has spoken. Unanimously, they want the statue. Unanimously, their second option is 3C. which is around the, Schumacher Plaza or around the city seal. So, everybody has weighed in. We can, we're going to do what we're going to do. There's a motion on the
Yep.
floor. Somebody's going to second it. We're going to vote.
Okay, so who wants to second?
I'll second with a friendly amendment that if there's room, if there's a budget, if there's a way to still add a virtual component to the plan, I think that would,
Good point.
that would be nice. And I'll second the motion.
Voting is now open. Voting is now closed. Motion carried 5-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And thank you, Yanni. Mr. Joseph, again, a real treat. Mr. Giuffre, always nice to have you come visit. All right, next is the election of officers. Lisa, would you provide the staff report?
I certainly will. There is no PowerPoint presentation to accompany this verbal, but I think we can follow, right? So this item is for staff, it's staff's recommendation that the commission elect a chairperson and vice chairperson to serve for a term expiring June 2027. Our current vice chairperson is Commissioner Horowitz, and that concludes my verbal.
All right.
Available for any questions you may have.
So I would like to make a motion that we,
Yeah, we have to open the,
do we have public comment for this?
we will have to open
We
it
do?
to public
We
comment.
have to have public
Well,
comment.
there's
It's a-
nobody here for public comment. So is there anybody online?
Well, let me just do this spiel really quickly. This is a time for members of the public to address the commission on this item only. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. If you would like to, for the record, please state your name and city of residency. Seeing no one in the chamber and seeing no hands raised virtually.
So you were going to make a motion?
I was going to make a motion to see if Tracy was still interested in becoming chair. I think you would do a wonderful job.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, I would accept that.
All right. Anyone want to second that?
Yeah, I'll second.
All right. We'll do that one first. Amari?
Sorry. Voting is now open. Voting is now closed. Motion carried 5-0.
Thank you all.
Tracy, would you like to make the first motion as the chair?
Yes. My head's working around the words. Well, clearly the next order would be to select a vice chair. seeing that the random, or not the random, but the rotation would seem that it would be Commissioner Tullis, correct?
That's been our practice.
Okay. So I would nominate Commissioner Tullis to be vice chair.
I'll second that.
Okay. Yeah. Continue the seating
If you
arrangement.
will accept the nomination.
I will accept the nomination.
Voting is now open. Oh, sorry. It actually was not. Okay.
My computer's frozen, so can I do a verbal?
Yes. What's your vote?
Yes.
Voting is now closed. Motion carried 5-0.
Go ahead. We'll move on to future agenda items.
All right, we do have
Future agenda
a
items.
PowerPoint presentation that will queue up. Next slide. All right, so on this slide, we have the city council direction on new items to be reviewed by the commission. We still have the providing access to a pool for the community item. And as we discussed earlier, the lawn bowling is to be determined, and I do hope to have an update next week. And then looking into our next meeting, I've actually, we have some updates to this. We are now going to move the consideration of the commencement of long-term agreement negotiations, since so many expire this year, to our August meeting. And we are looking to bring some additional fee updates to the commission at our July meeting. So more to come on that. I don't have exactly which fees to share with you this evening. So that has changed since I published this. So sorry about that. And that concludes the future agenda items presentation.
Thank you. Okay, and we had your director's report, so I will,
I have some proposed future agenda items.
my apologies.
Yeah, so the first one I'd like to do is seeking support for an action item to form a subcommittee to identify aquatic facility options for Hermosa residents, specifically for existing or new facility developments, but also specifically not in scope is to build a pool in Hermosa. So we heard from many of the stakeholders that there are initiatives going on in neighboring cities. There's still this question about what is, what can the city do, if anything, to help Hermosa residents use aquatic facilities. So that's what I envision this subcommittee focusing on. Again, specifically not building a pool in Hermosa, but identifying either things going on around with other governments in neighboring cities or other options.
I think we've talked about this a lot, and I don't feel that this is a time well used right now with staff, so I don't support this.
I think it's too, I don't want to say preliminary, for us to spend our efforts doing that. And as Barbara alluded to have staff time to do it, to help them look outside of Hermosa. I don't know that I can support it at this time.
I think as an item that come back to say, where are we? Are we ready for a subcommittee of some sort? And what exactly is the subcommittee going to look into? That information I don't think is terribly time consuming. It's just a matter of laying it out for everybody, for us and for the community. So I would support Todd's future agenda item to evaluate the possibility of a subcommittee on an aquatic access, and as I understand it, you're excluding the most problematic and most unlikely item, which is to build a pool.
Correct. Out of scope.
There's been a group in Hermosa that has been obviously pushing for the pool, and they've shown up and they've met with us and have requested a subcommittee of some kind, and we've given them direction, but I think it wouldn't hurt to put a subcommittee together and kind of advance some other options and proposals, and I'm okay with that. And if staff is very busy, we can load up on whoever is on the subcommittee and help. Maybe we can, are you allowed to have more than 2 people on a subcommittee? No, so it's just 2 people.
We don't need to, all we need, just need 3 total people to support the action.
Yeah.
And we can have this discussion at a future meeting.
Yeah.
Right? Sounds like we got it?
We don't need a formal vote?
We do need a formal motion.
So, again, my motion is to add a future agenda item regarding formation of a subcommittee to identify aquatic facility options for Hermosa residents, but specifically not to build a pool in Hermosa. So,
Is there a second?
Okay.
I'll second it.
I thought, okay.
Oh, okay.
Voting is now open. Would you like to make a verbal vote?
Commissioner Warner, I believe
It did go through. They need a verbal.
a verbal vote.
Oh, I thought it went through. Yes.
Motion carried 3-2.
all right, I got one more. This one is an information item. So this is a information item to track between now and the end of the year staff hours spent on special event processing. So this includes now that we have a new process, I would like to hear from the staff actual hours spent on processing new special event applications, any outreach and prep of the 2027 calendar that we're doing, that one big thing in September, the preparation for council for the same, and any other special event related preparation or background work. This out of scope is actual event days, so this is just all the work leading up to the event. I would like staff to track time so we can understand the cost basis of these activities.
So special event processing?
Yeah, the whole process of special events, right? Some event producer comes to the city and says, hey, I want to do this event. Staff has to take that in, has to start, hey, fill out this application. All right, we got the application. What do we do now? All the work that goes in from there to the actual event.
So you're basically asking them to track every phone call, every email, every minute they spend.
I'm asking to track hours, and it
doing
doesn't have to
their
be
job.
exact, but the portion of their time spent on special events, because it's a big mystery to all of us, these hours. So this is one way to understand the actual hours, especially now that we have a new process, right? The old hours no longer really apply. Now there's a new process, so it behooves us to track our actuals while we use the new process to make sure we're covering our costs. That's the purpose of the information item.
Are you talking big events or all special events, like not just Nike, any kind of?
All the special events between now and the end of the year that come through, new ones, and the whole new process council approved last meeting around the bulk preparation for the September meeting and all that.
2 things. One, we're going to know when we do these fee increases and we see the money come in. Next year, we're going to know how close we're getting to our expenditures. Right now, it's 77%. Next year, it'll be presumably higher than that, and I mean, that's all we really need to know. And as a lawyer who kept timesheets for decades and was trained to do it, and because that's in your mindset, the idea that staff would keep, hourly timesheets, I think the information we would get would be close to worthless, and it's a burden.
I agree. I think if city council wants it, they could ask for it, but I think for us to ask, I think we have to trust staff that they utilize their time efficiently and expediently, and I can't support that.
Okay, I can't debate it.
Elka?
I guess I'm kind of wondering what's the end goal? If you could just elaborate on that, that would help me make a decision.
Yeah, the end goal is to have a basis for understanding the cost to the city of dealing with special events. Like all the work that goes into it ahead of time. To the best extent people can track their time. I'm not asking for 15-minute increments.
I guess from having been up here, there's a lot of work that goes into it, including public works, the police, fire. So you just want to focus entirely on Parks and Rec?
Yeah, Park and Rec staff only, yes.
I don't have a problem with that. I think it's okay to get more data. I could support that.
I agree with Tom. I think we're adding a burden, and I see this as one more carryover for staff. So I just don't see it as something that's necessary right now. We have these new programs, so I'm not going to support that.
Because if it's an information item, I think we only need 2 supporters, right? And I don't know if that requires a formal motion. And I know, Lisa, we talked about this ahead of time. There's still questions about this because it's kind of an unconventional information item, so there'll be follow-ups of the city manager required to determine if it's valid.
Yes,
But-
I will need to have a follow-up conversation with the city manager because this is a pretty large administrative effort. I just want to add for background, the fees that we brought forward before the commission and city council recently, that was 2 years worth of tracking that Brian and I did to find those gaps in the special event permit program. I have concerns with only tracking a half of a year because the year is so different throughout the year. We're going into our peak season right now. So things are gonna look very different and we get different events every year, new event requests. So I definitely have some concerns with what the data would even present because I don't believe that it would be accurate. So I do want to talk more to the city manager, again, because of the additional administrative effort this is going to take. And typically, this kind of direction would need to come from city council because it is a significant task. Because we could be jumping from one event that's new for a 15-minute period and then jumping to a return. It does require us to do some pretty detailed tracking.
But it was informational, and they have, there's 2 votes.
So
Okay?
I will, address those concerns.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're good. I got to move on down the road. Did you have any other items? Anybody else?
I just wanted to thank Chair Elman for leading us. You've been here since I got here, and you've been very helpful. I've hunted her down on the street and asked questions, and anytime I see her, you've been very gracious in answering everything that I asked you, and you brought a lot of personality and personal anecdotes to the meetings. So thank you, and Tracy, go for it.
Sort of took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah.
I was going to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of Chair Elman, and thank you for leading us with heart and compassion and curiosity and intellect and kindness and setting the bar high for us all. And you're not going anywhere. You're just going to
No, just moving down the road. But it's been a pleasure. Lisa and her staff have been more than patient and helpful. I am looking forward to walking home with my husband tonight. It'll be the last time I get critiqued. I hope.
Probably not.
So it's been fun. I've learned a lot and I've enjoyed it. And again, staff, the amount of work that goes into all of our meetings, I'm forever grateful. So thank you very much.
And I will adjourn this meeting to Tuesday, July 7th.
Are we moving down at all? Are we doing it? We will eventually.
So you're
Well, I guess I'm
seating over
still
there.
at the end.
No, you're going to be moving, yeah, just one other end.
Yeah.
All right.